Yeah. 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 So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit of accomplice or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge. They don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like. Wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agendas are disguised. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifting. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Pam Esquire, also known as Your Law Intellect. And unless you've been under a rock, you guys know that Sean Diddy, Puff Daddy Love, Get Jiggy With It, Combs is on trial for various counts. And yeah, we're going to get into it. I know you guys have probably been watching it. People have been like, yeah, Pam, where you at? You going to New York? Yeah, I don't got it like that. You know what I'm saying? I can't go for 8 weeks, shut the firm down, don't do any cases for 8 weeks. Even though I think it's going to be a little less than that because they seem like they're moving pretty fast. But yeah, that's a lot of time. And then you're staying in New York. You know how much those hotels cost? So yeah, it's you had to do a cost benefit analysis of that, and it made no sense. But there are a lot of people that are covering it, and I'm sure plenty of you are watching it, and some have good coverage, some have very mediocre coverage, some have some average coverage. But nevertheless, everyone and their mommies is at this courthouse. All right. Some people I have never seen step foot in the courthouse since they have been doing this YouTube stuff are at the courthouse. So there are YouTubers along with the media. So of course it's even more because this is a new day and age where a lot of people watch YouTube and don't even watch television. Also, you had YouTube streaming the state court trials. Now, one of the number one questions that I've seen, the O.J. Simpson case was streamed. YSL was streamed. YNW Melly was streamed. Why are they trying to keep a secret? Well, federal court has never recorded. State court, it's optional in a lot of courtrooms, but 9 times out of 10, they'll let you record. But again, it's still optional, but you're going to get more of that. Federal court literally has rules against devices and recording where they don't even let that in the courtroom. And I know, depending on the judge at the Southern District of New York, I know that the courtroom I was in for Whitehead, she didn't even allow. I'm a lawyer, so they allowed me, of course, to have my cell phone. But when I had my laptop, they were like, they had to hold my laptop and say, unless I had a letter from the judge saying I had permission to bring in my laptop, I couldn't even bring my laptop in. And then the reporters in that specific courtroom, they couldn't even have cell phones. So at least I had cell phones where I could, have my phone where I could talk to the members and stuff while I was in there. So it's no big hide the ball. That is what they do in federal court. So I just kind of sit back and I observe what the assumptions are out here. And then I'm like, okay, a lot of people really have no clue how a lot of these courts work and how some of the processes work. Another thing, well, right, I'm coming on because Cassie is testifying. I was going to wait on the transcript, but I think there's some live tweeting. And so I did want to read those with you all. Yesterday, there was a male worker who was on the stand. I guess he started out as being a stripper. And then, well, he was hired to be a stripper for a bachelorette party. Then when he gets there, allegedly, I guess Cassie is there and she has all red on lingerie, and she basically let him know this really isn't a bachelorette party. It's my birthday. My husband, who was alluding to Sean Combs, is doing something special for me for my birthday, and he wants us to rub oil on each other, and if we choose after that, then we can get down with the get down if you down. He was like, okay, sounds good to me. Shoot, because he said he thought Cassie was the bomb. All right. Said Diddy off in the corner with a red bandana over his mouth and a little hoodie or a little scully, trying to be incognito. However, as soon as he talked, my man said he he knew it was Diddy. So apparently there were several occasions that occurred after that. And he testified yesterday, and then cross was today. So there were several incidents. And in the opening statements, apparently the government made the statement of, really trying to obviously put in the jury's mind to paint a picture. That's what they're trying to do with their prosecutional paintbrush. They are trying to paint a picture of how much of a monster this man is, and therefore there is no way anybody can consent to anything, because that's their defense. And one of the subjects that came up was allegedly there was some golden showers that occurred, and it was all over the media yesterday. But apparently, according to the testimony, that's something that Cassie actually asked for, is what was testified to by this man. Then you had the LAPD officer who did security at the hotel. They started out with a bang. So they started out with the video. All right. So if you guys aren't sure what's happening here, a lot of stuff is, in my opinion, what's criminal and what's just immoral. Right. And so the prosecution is coming in like every horrible view we can give this man. So we're trying to take away any sympathy, any chances this man may have, that people might give him, to show he is just an awful, awful person. All right. Yeah, hit that like button. Thank you so much, YouTube. And so he gets on there and he talks about the incident that occurred at the hotel. The video we've all seen. He was doing security, and apparently he had the video of it because he recorded it himself on his phone, because he went home to go show his wife, like, look at this fool. Yeah, look at how this fool acting. He done beat his girlfriend up and da da da. So he got the capture, just like a regular person on the street when you just being nosy because you see people fighting. He got the capture in order to go show his wife. Now, when the incident happened, he said he got called because it was a situation on that floor. Cassie did end up leaving that night. And on cross-examination, the legendary Brian Steele is the one that crossed this security guy and basically said a lot of stuff he was testifying to was not actually in the incident report when he reported back in 2016. So he was saying, for instance, that Cassie had a black eye, I guess, or purple eye or bruises. They said it was not in the report. Apparently he yoked Diddy up because Diddy was trying to take his phone, like, you recording me on your phone, you recording me. So the security said he had to get bowed it and yoke him up. And so that wasn't in there. It was a lot of things that they were showing that he testified to. And the guy basically said, I didn't think it was important. I didn't think any of it was important. So that's pretty much what they are alleging. Goodness, Geronimo, my gosh. Hold on. So, okay. Let me see what my membership link is. Do I got any mods in here? Miss Buckeye, can you hit the membership, put the membership in there for me? Okay. And so that's the recap. So today, Cassie took the stand. They should be about at lunch right now. But Cassie took the stand, right? So before Cassie took the stand, there was a motion. And I saw this on the Shade Room, and this is kind of what prompted me to just push my little own work to the side so I can talk to the intellects. So there was a motion of which they wanted her husband, who did come to the trial yesterday, Cassie's husband, not to be in the courtroom. So people were all over Twitter. His kids in there, his family there, so he get to have all his family, and she don't get nobody. No, what happens is if you are expected to testify, we can ask as attorneys for a sequestration order, which means that until you testify, you can't be in the courtroom. And I think it's common sense why you would want that, because you don't want the conformity. Like if you watch me testify and you're my husband, then of course, if I got to call you to the stand, you're going to make sure your testimony lines up with what I said, because we won. So they basically were trying to get a sequestration order. They didn't say that name. They just said not have him in the courtroom. And the shade room was going crazy about it. And I'm in there like, that's common, right? Like that is common. And so I'm going to start with that. And we're going to read some of these good tweets from Cassie and okay, I'm gonna start out with the tweet on not having her husband in the courtroom. And again, this is from Inner City Press. Inner City Press, if you guys, they have a link on there as well. If you want to donate, they're there for all of these cases. I've seen them on a lot of cases there, and we've used their tweets on. I've seen a lot of other people using it now, but we used their tweets prior to on a few occasions when it came to Diddy. So we've always, used them over here. So of course, shout out to Inner City Press for putting in the work, and they have a donation tab over there. So on the break right before Cassie took the stand, the judge said, "Jurors, take a break. We have some issues to deal with." So the jurors are like, "Okay," grab my stuff. They're all quiet. They try not to make eye contact with anybody. They probably was walking out. I'm saying this in my imagination just because I know how it looks. So then for Combs, it was Anna Maria Estavio said, "We'd like Miss Ventura's husband to not be allowed in the courtroom during her testimony. We may need to call him as a witness later, depending on the direct." So the reasoning why was not just because we don't want the support. We don't want her not to have support in the courtroom. What we want is for him not to hear her testimony, because we may have to call her. So then the AUSA, for Assistant U.S. Attorney, for those that don't know what that stands for, Johnson, said, I'm not sure how Mr. Fines, which is Cassie's husband, his testimony would be relevant." So then the judge is like, "Ms. Garagos, how is it relevant?" Basically. So then Combs for Teeny, is her name Tenny? Tenny Garagos says, "Give me 15 seconds, okay?" So she probably was consulting with the 5,000 lawyers he has. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but he does have a nice little table there. And she was like, "If he wants to come into the courtroom today, but we ask that he be excluded when the testimony gets into post 2018. So basically, he can be in here to see what happened while while him and his wife were not together, because while Cassie was actually with Diddy, because it's been testimony that they broke up in 2018. So he gets to be in the courtroom for that part. But when we start getting into the past 2018, we want to leave. And part of that too is I know there was a grape allegation in 2018 by Cassie, I think, accusing Diddy of that. So then AUSA Johnson says, "In my initial examination, I will ask about post 2018, but only about devices." So then the judge says, "Ms. Garagos." Judge so cool. He a young cat. He's like 45 years old. But he's very methodical, and he seems like he moves his courtroom, and he seems fair, because I've seen him reverse his own self, which a lot of judges don't do, which says a lot about, him really trying to be fair. So then Teeny Garagos for Combs says, "That's okay." So then the judge said, "We'll be back in a couple of minutes." Then we got, "All rise." Then AUSA Johnson says the government calls Cassandra Ventura. So then, as you see on my thumbnail, she takes the stand and she's extremely pregnant. And that is what's in they added that in the tweet. So then AUSA Johnson says, how old are you? Ventura said, I'm 38. So then the AUSA said, what is your work? Ventura said, musician and entertainer. So then the AUSA says, how long were you with Sean? 10 years. Then they go right off the gate. Did you get in arguments? She was like, yes, it would result in violence, dragging. What else did he do? Stomp me in the head if I was down? How frequently was the violence? Too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises. So she's been prepped to off gate be very descriptive. Don't just say, yes, we had arguments. She responded, yes, we had arguments, and she qualified it with, they resulted in violence. I got dragged, I got kicked, I got stomped, I was like, she's been, you paint this picture. We're painting, this is our prosecution paintbrush. We're painting this picture in the minds of the jury so they can see this very pregnant woman who is sitting on the stand being mistreated, because it's hard to separate that she wasn't very pregnant back then. She wasn't the wife. She wasn't the mother. This is the woman that's sitting right before you who endured all of this violence. So then the prosecution goes on and said, let me show you a video. So then we go back to the LA hotel elevator lobby that was shown in the video. So that's the the video that went around from CNN. What is this? So they're laying the foundation again for the video. The Intercontinental in Las Vegas, it was after a freak off. Now remember, but this is why I say sometimes it doesn't behoove you to do all this darn talking in public. Part of the defense that we know they have is that it was not after a freak off, is what they're trying to say. So now we got Ventura immediately, they ask, where is this? That's it. And you ask your clients when they answer a question to make sure they don't add more information they have to. Cassie looks like she has purposefully been prepped so that she can literally be very detailed. So they'll ask her a yes or no question, and she's going to qualify it with a long something that sounds terrible to paint this picture. So she says the Intercontinental in Los Angeles, it was after a freak off. What does that entail? The hiring of an escort, setting it up. How did you feel when he first asked for it? I was confused. I was nervous. I wanted to make him happy. So then they said, did you agree to one when he first proposed one? So she acknowledged, yes. Then there was more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. So it's the whole, we're going after the consent. Yes, at some point I said I wanted to do it because I just want to make my man happy. I'm just doing whatever he wants to do happy, to make him happy. But I didn't know this was going to keep on going on and on and on like the Energizer Bunny. I never wanted to do it as frequently as they're trying to, portray. So then they say, I didn't know that no could turn into, I didn't know what no could turn into. So then the AUS said, what do you mean? You see how easy this prosecution is? They're just like, they letting her tell her story. And then they kind of prompt her, what do you mean? And what happened next? And then what? Are you familiar with that picture? What car is that? And then she just goes on about, painting the picture for them. So then they said, well, what do you mean about, your last statement? And she says, making him angry. What were you afraid would happen if you said no? She says, at times he had blackmail material. So we know that he had these videos and stuff of all of this going down. So then the AUSA said, what did you give the government? Ventura said laptops. So she's also provided the government with laptops. Okay. Thank you guys so much. It's over 1,000 of you guys. Make sure you hit the like button. Thank you so much. And if you aren't subscribed, make sure you hit the subscribe button, okay? If you like the content over here. Thank you. So then, the AUSA said, I've handed up GXB. Do you recognize it? So then they're forming the foundation. Is this the laptops that you gave us? Yes. I've reviewed this drive. It has communications and documents pertaining to Mr. Combs. So the AUSA said, did you review the photos on it? Yes. What's this photo? Me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan. So then they go on to her signing with Bab. And there may be little things in between because these are tweets. So he's moving very fast tweeting these. However, this obviously is not a transcript, so it may not be verbatim, but I think we're getting a general idea, and he's doing very, very well with tweeting it out. The AUSA, when did you sign with Bad Boy Records? She said 2006. It was a 10 album deal. Y'all heard it. 10 albums. Did you release any after 2006? No. So that one song that we hear, Me and You, is that her song? I hope I ain't making that up. But yeah, that song, I believe, is the only album, I guess, that she had. So then she says, no other albums were released. So then the AUS said, what's in this photo? And it's a photo of Kim Porter. And she said, oh, she was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children. Well, we know it was before, after, and during. Okay, that he messed with Kim till Kim went on to glory. So then the AUSA says, where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? Ventura said, in Las Vegas. Carrie Morgan was there too. We are out on this patio on my 21st birthday, VMAs. The AUSA said, and what happened then? Didn't I tell y'all how the prosecutor goes? What happened then? Because on cross, we as defense attorneys, that's what you have. Well, I'm not going to say we because I'm not anymore. But as defense attorneys, what you have is cross where you start painting your own picture with leading questions. You enjoyed it, didn't you? And you nobody told you couldn't leave. The doors weren't locked. You weren't chained, were you? You know what I'm saying? Like you start trying to paint a picture on cross because you have to get this whole picture that they are painting from the prosecution's brush and turn it into something totally different, that it was a skewed picture of what was being painted. So what happened then? So she says, Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel and I told Carrie. So this was the 21st birthday is what they're saying. Now, I was told, I thought they were together since they was 19. But as far as the way this looks, the first time he tried to make a move on her, I guess, was in the bathroom because she ran and told. So this was her 21st birthday. So then the AUSA says, when you got back to New York, so he says, I'd visit him in the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated. Well, what were you going with your music career? So then she replies, trying to come up with the concept. Sean called all the shots. And so it sounds like at this point, they're still trying to figure out what her branding is going to be, how they're going to present her to the world. Well, this is what Diddy is giving the impression, like you're going to be our next bad boy star. Because remember, he was that guy back then. Everybody wanted to sign the bad boy. Then the AUSA says, what is the age difference between you and Sean? 17 years. So now we're trying to paint the picture that even though she may have been involved with this man, they have such an age difference, then this is more like grooming because they're 17 years apart. Yes, she was an adult. However, she was an adult that may have not had experiences, and he introduced her to a lot. So whatever she was doing was basically because he built her up to do what she was doing, is what they're trying to paint. So then the AUSA says, how did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Ventura said, nervous, excitement. We're going to talk about music. And then she just decides to say, he introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. Are y'all really arguing in this chat over this? I'm just trying to present the testimony, okay? I need you guys to be respectful and respect other people. Everybody is not going to be on one side, okay? I can see good points, if you will, on both sides. And so over here, we want to try to be as unbiased and focus on the points. I was the first one to say that I just did not like Diddy as a person. You know what I'm saying? Like watching him on TV, I felt he was a mean person. I felt like he used his power that God gifted him with to just do what Black people have been basically had to face for decades. So why would you get this type of power and treat other people like that? But then you have people that were also willing to take it, and they were willing to give whatever they had to give in order to be a part. So I can totally see both sides, and I can see the defense's argument, and I can see what the picture is that's being painted on the prosecution. But I need y'all to just kind of, just be respectful. That's it. Because I don't want to have to block and time nobody or have my minds do it. All right. Thank you guys so much. So let's go on. How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotel? She said she was nervous, excitement. We're going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. So then they say, did you visit Sean in Miami? Yes, I went with Carrie Morgan and Dallas Austin. Remember, Dallas Austin is like the baby daddy of Chili from TLC. So then the AUSA said, what did you and Sean do together? She said, sexual intercourse. He gave me blue dolphin ecstasy on a boat. And then the AUSA said, had you once before taken ecstasy unintentionally? Yes. So she says that on this time is when they had sex, and it sounds like it may have been the first time on this boat. He gave her ecstasy, but it looks like to me, the way this is being tweeted, that she may have taken this on purpose, because it says he gave me blue dolphin ecstasy. So she knew about it. So then the AUSA has to immediately come back. Well, did you at any time take them unintentionally? Because it's all of this about how he drugged people. So yeah, she may have taken it intentionally, but now they're trying to slip in the unintentionally part so you would forget about the intentionally part. See how they moving methodically with this? So then she says yes. So then the AUSA says, how did you take ecstasy unintentionally? See, they didn't go back and say, well, did you take it intentionally? How did it, they didn't, they went into the unintentionally part in their direct examination. So apparently she says he put it in Gatorade. So then the AUSA says, when you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel? So now they go back to the intentionally, because now they don't want to make it look like they was trying to avoid the intentionally. And she says, like rolling. So then the AUSA says, at the time, what did you think? And she said that we were spending a lot of time together. So then she says, I thought we were monogamous. So she's saying at this time when she had sex with him and I guess was taking these blue dolphins, she thought they were monogamous by this time. So then the AUSA says, was it made public? She's like, no, I was his artist. So basically it sounds like he was with Kim Porter still, and he was messing with her as well. But we hadn't seen them walking together or walking the red carpet or anything. We just knew Cassie as the new bad boy artist. And then it said also his family, his children. So I guess that's why it wasn't public, because he got a family. So then the AUS said, who was linked to him publicly? She was like, Kim Porter. And how did Sean treat you at this time? Oh, we had fun. So in the beginning, they had fun. And what was his lifestyle like? What was it like? He had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. So then they put up another photo. What's this photo? Oh, this is Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007 or 2008. Halloween. how did Sean's moods vary day to day? And she said day to day. So they asked, how did Sean's moods vary? And she responded, day to day. So then they said, when it swung, could you describe it? Anger, zoning out. How did it impact you? She said, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There were also psychological abuse. He told me to watch my mouth and to change my face. So then the AUSA says, well, how would he keep tabs on you? She said, we didn't live far apart. He sends security to come find me or a trusted assistant. Like who? See, now we're trying to paint this enterprise that he abused people and his staff helped. So they're a part of this alleged enterprise. So they say David James, Christina Coram, remember Christina? She basically is the one that's being accused of a lot of different things in these civil lawsuits, that she was aiding and abetting a lot of stuff that he was doing. That's what's being alleged. So then they asked, was your relationship exclusive? She was like, no. So then they asked, did you see other men? Yes. So they have to. So what you do is, and I heard some people that talked about, they thought it was weak or they didn't like the defense's opening. And I didn't hear it all. I just heard what people said. When you know you have bad facts and there's some facts you just cannot overcome, there's nothing you can do about it. You try to motion to limine them out, exclude them, make them where they're inadmissible. And if the judge rules against you and says, no, we're letting these facts in, there is no reason, it's not more prejudicial than probative, so we're going to let it in. You have to, as an attorney, figure out how to deal with those facts. And the best way to deal with those facts would be to not make it like a wow shock factor. So if I know I have bad facts, I'm going to put it in front of a jury so by the time they hear it, they're almost desensitized to it to a degree. So when the defense came up and did their opening, they said, we're not even going to deny. Basically, Sean ain't ish. All right. They said in a professional manner, of course. They said it was DV. He put his hands on people. He had a violent streak. Basically, I wouldn't want to be with my daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was trash, and we're not going to deny that. Like, if this was a domestic violence state case, we would be like, bro, you need to just go ahead and play. But that's not what he's here for. What he's here for is ex trafficking, the under the man, like, you know what I'm saying? So they had to, you put your bad facts in front. Now, what the defense has done is they done pretty much showed a lot of their hand, right? We knew they were going to say consent. We knew they were going to say it was domestic violence on both ends. We kind of know what they were going to say, right? And they're going to say she was not prevented, because they're saying coercion. She was not prevented from actually leaving because, look, she dated people. She dated various. When she left in 2018, nobody stopped her. Sean Combs didn't go after her. She was able to leave when she wanted to leave. So how are you saying that she was here against her will? This was a tumultuous, toxic relationship that many regular people are in. And after a while of the toxicity, whether it be it therapy, whether, again, her husband, the trainer of which they say Sean Combs paid for her to have, decided, hey, I'm going to be your shoulder. I'm going to be there for you. And when she chose that, she was able to leave. So now, because of that, and she dated other people, apparently in the meantime, in between time, what the AUSA is doing is putting it out there. Yeah, she did date other people, but they're putting it out there as if it doesn't mean nothing. So when they come up and say he dated other people and she dated other people, why is he the only person on here getting bashed in? She did the same thing. Why she get a pass? Why Sean Combs doesn't get a pass? So they're trying to put it out here as well to say, yeah, she saw other men. So they're putting their, I wouldn't even say bad, well, I guess somewhat that would be their bad facts, because they can't make it look like she was totally innocent with what she was doing as well. She had done some things as well. Like he went and he saw other women, and she did too. She saw other men. So anyway, I know that was a long explanation, but the AUSA said, "Did you see other men?" Ventura said, "I did." She said, "Yes." So then the AUSA said, "Well, did Sean see other women?" She said, "Yes." And then she qualifies it. See, hers is just a yes, I did. But then she qualifies it. Yes, he said, "I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous." So then he said, "Did you move to LA with him?" "Yes, I wanted to be close to his kids who were there," because they're going to talk about that. You uprooted your life and you moved to another state. He couldn't have been that bad. You wanted to be with him permanently, and it just, he was out here being a gigolo because he had money. And so he was out here doing all type of wild stuff like a lot of celebrities do. That's what they're trying to say on the defense side. So now the prosecution is letting you know, she says, "Yes, I did move there," but she qualifies and said he wanted to be by his kids. So it was like, I had to respect, he want to be a good daddy. So that's why it wasn't for my benefit at all. It was because he wants to be a good daddy and I want to promote that. So then they say, "Well, where did you live in LA?" So they give a Comstock Avenue and the Wilshire Quarter condos. "How tall was the building?" "No more than 17 floors." "Where did Sean live?" So they gave a Mapleton address. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. So they lived so close that he would just have to get on the golf cart if you wanted to see her. "Who paid your rent in LA?" "Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City." "Why'd you pay then?" "I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted." "By whom?" "Sean." So again, they are probably anticipating the defense saying she's had her own place. Like, he wasn't that controlling. She had her own place, and she had a couple of dollars of which she paid, but he was paying, I guess, her living arrangements before. And so her argument basically is, or what she's testifying to is, "Hey, I just wanted some freedom because he's so controlling, so I got my own place." So then they ask, "How many songs did you write while with Sean?" She said, "Hundreds." And if you guys remember, she had a friend, Tiffany Red, who is a songwriter who she has her own nonprofit of which she advocates for writers. And part of that is, she said that she was upset with it. She helped write a lot of these songs with Cassie, and they had hours in the studio, and none of them were released. So she had her own Diddy stories. And I think she actually filed a lawsuit too against Sean Combs as well. But so she was one of the ones in the studio with her. Like, I was just wasting my time because I've got all these different writings that never got released. And that's an issue that Tiffany Red has. So then she says hundreds, but most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes. So then the AUSA said, "How many albums on your deal were not released?" And she says 9. So they only did that one album where we heard that song, and that was it. "Did you get paid for them?" She said no. Now, she did have a hit. I'm not understanding why she did. She ain't get paid. So then Ventura says the freak offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover. How much time in your week would freak offs take? Let me say that again like it's a question, because I just read that like I was a bit, delayed. So, how much time in your week would freak offs take? She said the longest was 4 days. Significant periods of time. Then the judge said, "We'll take a break." So that's probably where they are now. Usually they come back at about 1:30. So she's saying part of why she couldn't be an artist is because she was doing these freak offs every day and they took a lot of her time. She said 4 days. She did. So I want to know what y'all think. Okay, they said the woman he chose said it's the recover that gets me. If you are having that much intercourse, you probably do need to recover. If you're doing things over 4 days' time, you probably do need to recover. So yeah. So what y'all think? Let me see. She said the freak offs became a job to the point of which she couldn't do anything but that. So Miss HLS been a member for 14 months. Thank you so much. She said, I think they prepared her well. You're welcome, Auntie Gigi. High Vibe says, should the defense bring psych experts on DV? Absolutely, because the AUSA is definitely going to get a defense expert. I ain't gonna say definitely. I'm not in these people's brain, but I'm gonna say the common practice would be in just basic DV cases, you have to explain why a person stays. You have to explain why a person does not call the police. You have, because this is just how the average person who is a jury of your peers thinks. They don't understand the cycles. They don't understand the woman battered syndrome. They don't understand a lot of that stuff. So his mind is you was free to go. If you ain't like all this toxicity that I brought, there was plenty of women that were willing to take it, whatever I wanted to do. And his argument is going to be basically she was always in competition with Kim Porter and she was willing to do whatever she needed to do in order to make sure she can keep him. Are there women that do whatever needs to be done in order to keep somebody? Sometimes there are women that do that. So yes, they probably will have an expert to answer your question. Will they be allowed to bring up the lawsuit? That's a very interesting question. If it was not motion and limine out, yes, they would. They probably will. If there was no way that it's already been excluded or they don't have an objectionable reasoning not to talk about it. True Tricia says still here and ain't going nowhere. Thank you so much for being a member for 21 months. Thanks, Pam, for all you do. Thank you, Michi. I thank you for being a member for 14 months. Granny the Great, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for injecting the Energizer Bunny and his drumsticks into the net. How they let you guys understand? Paint the picture like the prosecution, because they definitely paint the picture. They got a whole Picasso. They started out with the video. I already knew where it was going from there. I was like, oh yeah. By the time you get your people up to try to say you're not really that person, you were going through stuff, he'll probably maybe go through his childhood. I expect him to testify. I don't know. Sean Combs just seems like a person that is going to testify. Now that is going to be a very interesting thing. Thank you, Sagittarius Vibes, for being a member. T Rain said, good to see you, sis. Afternoon and blessings. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you. It's the Rocks. Thank you for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. But I want to hear what y'all got to say. Because this is the first part of her testimony. Again, thank you, Demetria, for the Cash App. I appreciate it. You are the best. You said he's too narcissistic to testify. Now, I didn't think Whitehead was going to testify, but he did. I think he's going to testify. I really do. He got to tell his side of the story. After you've been dragged for filth, maybe he'll testify and tell why he got the way he got. He's going to start out with his dad dying when he was young. His mama, she might want to go in the hallway because we already heard some alleged things about things he was subjected to as a kid. He may bring up some execs that said this is the way the industry is. This is what it is. We know these women don't like us for us. And women are willing to do whatever to be in our company and to be a part of our celebrity fame and get our money. So what if he gets on the stand and says, that executive did this to me, that producer? What if he gets on there and cries and gets vulnerable and say, I didn't feel like a man anymore, and so I consistently had to prove that I was a man, even though this man took my manhood for me to do what I love? And he gets an expert to say psychologically why he's the way that he is. I don't know what they got up their sleeve, but I do know they got 8, 9 attorneys, and they better bring the noise. All right. For that many attorneys, you better bring it. My favorite attorney. Thank you, grown woman. Don't worry me. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know anything about crossing state lines. They're basically saying it was consensual. So is that, I get it. They're saying anytime under the Mann Act, when you cross state lines and you bring somebody and it seems like it's for money. And I heard, I think it was, which TV judge was that? Judge Joe Brown. He was talking about the Mann Act and how it originated basically from someone trying to keep someone being kept from dealing with engaging a black man engaging with a white woman and crossing over lines, and they was trying to find something to get him on. But I haven't really looked into it. So if anybody knows the origin and the historical pattern of the Mann Act, I just know that Diddy's people tried to use that as well when they were arguing something. So any idea why Sean didn't tell his children not to be in the course? So I heard that they were sitting there at first, and I agree. I wouldn't have my kids in there to see that. First of all, you know, you're not a ninja that you would want your own kids to be with. Like, come on. So I agree. I think it's very awkward. But I heard that when the golden shower aspect came out yesterday with the stripper who became one of the frequenters in these freak offs, that the kids, like, they kept checking on each other to make sure they were okay when they were hearing this type of graphic detail. And some of the kids, like, they did leave, like they left out in the hallway. So me personally, I wouldn't want my kid, because I don't think that they thoroughly talked about everything that's going to come out, unless they sent their attorneys to be like, listen, you're about to hear some very nasty things. Or they may know if they read some of these lawsuits as public documents. So I don't know, but I'm with you. I don't think I would want my kids to see the escapades. But you guys will be shocked at people that live. I think we kind of judge people. We know he was violent, but I do think we kind of judge people from the sexual aspect on what we were taught, or the conservative of what some of us may be. And we look at it like, oh my God. But you'd be surprised at people that have, they call them alternative lifestyles, but I mean, it's their lives, what they choose to do. And because I remember it was a case that was here, and the guy was like a businessman, owned several businesses, and his wife was like a professor somewhere. And when she turned up missing and they got into her, the trial was nuts. Like when they started getting into the lifestyle aspect of it, it turned out they had a whole ex dungeon in the basement. They were swingers, and it was in one of our most conservative parts of Michigan. Like everybody over there, it's nothing but money. And they had, this was their lifestyle. And what ended up happening, well, what the theory for the prosecution was, because his wife came up missing and then eventually I think she was found unalive, was that he actually fell in love with one of the people that he was swinging with. And so he wanted to be with her, and he ended up offing his wife. So sometimes I think people are shocked to find out that people that might be in front of your cameras every day, they might be on CNN, they might be at the news desk, or your biggest corporate CEOs, and they are freaks. Okay, they are freaks, and this is how they choose to live. And people can't, they view it from their own lens on what they feel is acceptable and not acceptable. What the defense has to do is to try to get the jury to focus on the elements and what needs to be proven, and if it has actually been proven. That's what they have to get them to get out their mind that Diddy's a jerk, Diddy's a whole goofball. Diddy was like, his power, he was using it to control people. Diddy ain't ish. I think we could just all agree with that. I think his lawyers have basically conceded. And like I said, some people was like, why would they concede that? Because that's not what he's on trial for. So that's not, even though they're using some of that to say he used that is evidence of coercion or evidence of overt acts type thing, but there's no getting around that he hit this woman and he hit her all the time. We seen other videos of which it looked like something was wrong with her. She's crawled up in a corner. She's covering herself with a blanket. There was telltale signs that she was being abused. Now, some of the bodyguards have come out, at least one of them, and said Kim Porter would like scrap with him too. Like she wasn't about that life. She wasn't taking it. So it would be interesting to see, like, if there are women who Diddy tried to date was like that, and they was like, I'm not dealing with you. Like, it's a no for me. It's a hell no. You want me to do freak offs? I ain't doing it. I ain't that type of girl. And he just let them go on about their life. I wonder if they'll have people that I mean, now it can't be like character, because you don't really want to open up the door like that, but just to confirm, like, no, I wasn't a person that coerced people. People were with me because they wanted to be. It's just messy. All of this is messy. Thank you, Miss Lady, for becoming a YouTube member. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think the prosecution is doing a good job to show he just sucked. He sucked as a person. And I think the defense didn't have a choice but to put that in their initial opening statements. Like, yeah, he ain't nobody I would want to date. My daughter, my granddaughter. Heck, I dang sure wouldn't want my worst enemy to date him. But that's not what we're here for. And some people thought it was weak because of how powerful the prosecution came out with, talking about, you're going to see a tape and you're going to hear Cassie talk about this incident and that incident, and you're going to hear about a worker who's going to say he peed on her. Like, they're going to, like, they just painted a picture of he just was so, or maybe like he was so manipulative, or he brainwashed her so much that she was willing to do some of the most vile things. And they painted a picture, and the defense came out like, some things they just cannot deny. Like, what's the point of windmilling? Now, I think at first, when they were trying to get the video out and they were saying that it's missing pieces to try to almost infer it was a mutual combative thing, or there was a reasoning why, I think maybe they were going to go with a different theory. But now they had to concede, our client ain't ish. And sometimes you have to do that. You have to say, listen, he ain't ish, but he ain't do that. What he's here for, that he's facing life, he ain't do that. A DV charge on state, he may have just pled to that. He's had a violent conviction before. I think he was accused of like beating a producer up or something. Thank you forever for always. She said Stockholm syndrome. Diddy is arrogant to not testify. So yeah, let me see some of your comments. What about the Asian lady that said he stomped a baby out of her? Is she going? I think so. I believe that if she was on Tasha K, for those that don't know, I believe she may be the one that's missing. I can't confirm or deny, but I think she was going to testify and she decided to change her mind. But I know with one of the Jane Does on there in opening statements, it sounds like Diddy, of course, is going to say she wanted more of a relationship with him, a permanency, and he didn't want that with her. So that's going to be what that testimony entails. So with whoever Jane Doe is, obviously we're not going to know her name because the court ruled that they don't have to release her name. So you said she's the one missing. J-Lo mom made her get out of the situation. Listen, J-Lo got out of Dodge. I don't know what J-Lo said, I'm out. And that was it. And maybe she saw some things and she was like, you ain't about to ruin my darn career. It's not going to work. The Mann Act, aka the Slave Traffic Act of 1910, is a federal law that criminalizes the transportation of, quote, any woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or debauchery or for any other immoral purpose. So it's that immoral purpose, from my understanding. There was a man, I think he was a boxer. Wasn't he a boxer or something? Should I refresh my recollection? And he was messing with a white girl or something, and he was take her to different states, and so they used it as a way to control that. Thank you. Is it Andrea W? Thank you so much for this. I appreciate it, and thank you for the super chat. Jack Johnson, bam. See, it's coming back. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you. Okay, he's the box. Okay, thank you. Yes, you get me? Lori Harvey got out too. So are these examples that if you want to leave, you can? Or are these examples of they seen how dark he was and they left? Depends on if you're the prosecution or if you're the defense, right? They can use it for two different purposes. One can say Lori left, J-Lo left, and they can name a bunch of people that said, listen, this ain't for me, I'm out. I'm not participating. Or I seen some things I didn't want to see. And so, I mean, they left with no harm, no foul. It just ain't work out and we moved on. Or you can have that they said they didn't want to be caught up in what he in right now. Yeah, they got out of Dodge because they don't want to be a part of this enterprise. So there are quite a few boomers on the jury. I wonder if the presence of the twins will play in the courtroom will play into how they feel about Puffy. Well, some people can be good fathers and horrible partners or boyfriends or husbands. Vice versa with women. AK said, I think Lori was a publicity stunt because Steve and Marjorie were always there. Yeah. And then I think, I guess Cassie dated Michael B. Jordan or something at one point, or they was flirting. They was on the same, she did a movie or whatever, and he was in the movie, and word got back to Diddy that they was flirting and an altercation happened or whatnot, allegedly. Again, I'm getting all this from the internet, so I don't know how true it is. Miller Bennett said Lori was never in danger. Let's be real. You know what? At Blue Angel, they can make the argument the others were older. Cassie was 19 and she had a contract for it sounds like they didn't start doing anything. He didn't approach her till 21 is what I got from the tweets. Y'all can tell me if you got something else, and if you just got here, you may not have heard me reading the tweets. But she mentioned the VMAs when she was 21. And that he tried to kiss her in the bathroom, and she immediately went back and told the guy that she was with that he tried to kiss her in the bathroom. That was 21. So maybe she met him at 19, but they didn't start. It wasn't any physical type stuff until she was 21 is what I got from the testimony tweets. So Lori wasn't a PR stunt unless nude pics are involved, because they said one of them saw a nude pic of Lori Harvey and went, oh my, that's from the IE network. I never heard that. Well, that's supposed to be, I guess, how Kim Porter, wasn't Kim Porter with L.B. Shore? And remember, L.B. Shore was one of the original founders of Uptown Records with Harve Pierre. Harve Pierre was Diddy's mentor. And so L.B. Short, it was a thing of which Diddy was always mesmerized by Kim Porter, who was that girl. Kim Porter was everything she thought she was, okay? She was out here modeling and she was making her own money. And she was, remember, L.B. Short was that guy back then too. He was a little pretty boy. And so apparently, I guess he took he took her from Albie Shore. So it's almost like maybe he likes the hunts and the games, because Cassie came to the meeting. The video is still on YouTube. The original meeting with Diddy and Cassie is on YouTube. And they showed like when they were talking about the record deal. And she was there with her boyfriend, producer at that time. And then I think he's done interviews and basically sounds like Diddy took her from him. He was very persistent, is what it sounds like. Really sounds very persistent. Okay. B. Crumb said Ryan Leslie discovered Cassie and wrote her hit. Puff stole her from him. Okay. All right, B. Crumbs. I believe you. Hey, good to see you. Kim Porter was also the secretary at Uptown Records, where all the music started. Puffy was the intern there for Andre Harrell. Okay, AKs, give us the history. Okay, sis, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You get me says, so is the judge considering letting the press see the freak off tapes? And yes, the girl on Tasha says she saw Lori nudes on his phone. Yes, so the judge is considering it, but said that he wants a day in order to have them brief on. Basically, you got to look at, there are different people in these tapes. So do we, the right of privacy for these people versus the right of the public to be aware of what's going on in court, because we have the right to view trials. You have a right to a trial for the open public, which again, when you watch the YSL trial, a lot of people wouldn't know the shenanigans that happen all the time if they didn't sit there and watch that trial. It just happened to be a lot of folks' favorite celebrity that made them enamored by this trial. And so the judge has to weigh it. And he said he's almost inclined to lean towards allowing people to see these videos, to see the media. So one of the alternatives was the media was saying, out of the pooled media, to allow 3 of them to look at it. So what are they going to do? They're just going to write X-rated articles on what they saw? Like, how? I don't know. I guess you got to go hard in your profession, is what it sounds like. Kim Porter was friends with Misa. Misa is Justin's mom, right? She moved in with Misa and Diddy for whatever reason and ended up getting with Diddy. Misa used to talk about it all the time when she spoke on Kim hating Sarah. Sarah from Making the Band? Just me? Are we talking about Sarah from... So Sarah is my Detroit girl, right? I don't know her for real, but she's from Detroit. So everybody, you know, we just got a camaraderie here. I'm hearing some of the rumors that they're saying about Sarah, and of course, while she was on Making the Band, she was married, and what is her name? Lisa Bloom has been in the courtroom, and she's the one that represents, I think, Dawn Richard from Making the Band. So anyway, Sarah was a part of one of the first, the first ones with Making the Band. And she's come out recently, and she actually did a interview or on the documentary, and she was saying some things. She felt like she was sexually assaulted, I guess, by Diddy. And then some of the other band members are alleging that they caught her in the act with Diddy, or that she would leave out when Diddy came, and there were suspicions that she was messing with Diddy in that fashion. So because of those rumors being out there, and again, I don't know how true it is, Sarah is now divorced to the husband that she had at that time, and she's remarried to a guy. I guess he's a producer or something, because he's really... So I want to be careful with my words. He's posting a lot about the band stuff and trying to be, I guess, to say they're lying on his wife. He was not married to her back then, and he wasn't with her then, but he is out here windmilling saying that everybody is lying on his wife. But so that's a whole nother piece to it. I don't know if she's going to testify as well, but yeah. Kim and Sarah were pregnant at the same time, and she had Chance a couple months before the twins. Okay. All right. Oh, Chance's mother's name is Sarah. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that's on both sides. Sarah from making the band, her and her husband both had like DV. She did time for DV here in Michigan. But yeah. So you saying Chance's mama is Sarah too. I don't know Sarah, so all right. I got it. I got it. Y'all had the wrong Sarah. I was just trying to add. That's why I was asking if they're talking about making the band. Work in progress said wasn't Sarah's husband the same as allegedly it was on both ends, so I don't know. Hey Jay loves us. Hey. I used to work with Sarah's husband during the making the band era. Something was going on because her husband during that time started acting crazy as hell. That's from J Love, and she is a Detroit sis, so she know what she's talking about too. My question is, why didn't they charge him with DV instead of X trafficking? Because it would have been a state case, and the statute of limitation is probably done. But that's a good question. If there was a chance to file, charges for DV, I think it was. But the federal is more. Look how big this is. The federal, the big press conference, like to bring in New York, like this is a big thing. This is like people are labeling this the trial of the century. You get me? Said Cassie is back on the stand. Okay, she done talk for real. She back on the stand. Okay, let me see. All right, it's gonna move slower now because let's see, let's pull it up. Human trafficking is a way they're stopping the rich predators. Okay. I gotta go check on that Abercrombie and Finch because ain't nobody else talking about that. So at 1:16 p.m., they're back. The judge said, "Welcome back." And the AUSA said, "Who was your manager at Bad Boys Records?" So Cassie's back on the stand. Cassie said, "James Cruz." "And what did he tell you?" "That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean." So even though she had a manager, it doesn't seem like there was a separation. With your manager is supposed to be separate from like your labels, your producers, and all of that. There's a conflict because your manager needs to work for the best interest of you. So basically, she had a manager that sounds like was actually working for Sean Combs, is what it sounds like. So then the AUSA said, "Well, how did you make money if your records weren't being released?" And then Cassie said, "I did hosting parties when Sean approved them." So then the government said, "What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance?" And Cassie said, "That I look too Mexican with my hair like that." So then the AUSA said, "How did he like your nails?" She said, "White with the French tip." "What about your hair?" "It varied. I shaved my head in 2009. "Your body?" "He told me to work out, prepare for the freak offs." "How did you feel about his comments?" It varied." So he had her training like a marathon so that she could last through these freak offs. This sounds bad. This sounds real bad. What else did Sean pay for? Cars? Did he give you cash? Yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. So you guys, like I said, she's qualifying the answers to make sure it's not just yes or no. The problem is when cross-examination comes, it's nothing they're not gonna, for the most part, they're not asking open-ended questions. They're not gonna give her the time to do all these qualifying and explaining and stuff. It's gonna be like, "You enjoyed it, didn't you?" "Yes, but we ain't asked for no buts. We just said yes is good enough. Thank you so much." You took millions of dollars from him, didn't you? Now, were you thinking about being abused when you was taking all this money from him? Like everything there is going to be they're going to try to do it more of a yes or a no. because you don't want room for them to start overly explaining and all of that, like what she's allowed to do here. But she's the that's what you do on direct. So usually whoever's doing direct, that's your witness. Unless you're calling somebody adversely because they're being an adverse witness, you thought they was going to be somewhat beneficial, and now they get on the stand and act like Lil Woody. Then you gotta, Your Honor, can I call them can I treat them as a hostile witness? Thank you so much. And then you go ahead and you do your cross-examination of them, even though they're your witness. So yeah, they're gonna give her time as the AUSA to be able to actually qualify her answers, and she's doing it very well, where she is adding things that gives you that yeah, we argue, but he also kicked me and smacked me and choked. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's where it gives you that whole looking at it in your eyes. I see this beautiful woman. She was young. She just wanted to be a star. And now this man then turned her into something she didn't want to be. And he abused her, and he used force as his way to get her to be who he wanted her to be. So then the AUSA said, what else did Sean pay for? Of course, cars. Did he give you cash? Yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away? My self-confidence. Who would take things away? Ventura's staff. Ventura said the staff. So he had his staff basically trained to take things away from her if she, according to her, if she did not comply. So then they say, Ventura says, I assume staff. So the defense is like, objection, speculation. That's probably what they were saying. But they don't have to say, apparently. So where I am in state court, you have to object, state what your objection is. Then the other side gets a chance to respond. With this one, they just said objection. The judge already knew what it was because she said assume. So that's obviously speculation. So the judge was like, jury would disregard the last answer. When I did the Whitehead case out there at the Southern District, that particular judge, Judge Lorna, they would just object, and they didn't qualify what it was. So it's almost like you're depending on, and I'm sure these judges know their rule of evidence better than us, especially if they're the referees over trials, so they see them all the time. But you almost have to like hope the judge knows why you're objecting and what your basis is, because they just say objection and that's it. And that's what it sounds like was done here. So then the judge says jury will disregard that last answer. So then the AUSA said, who, I guess, took your laptop and phone? Because it says look, but maybe they meant who took your laptop and phone. And then Cassie said security. So then the AUSA said, how long would they be gone for? And she said, however long I was being punished for. So y'all see this? It's showing the control. It's showing the control. I wonder I didn't see the jury instructions on what their definition of coercion is. But they're painting the picture that she really didn't have choices. Okay. So we're just going to do the regular dictionary of coercion, which doesn't necessarily mean it's probably defined generally like this, but you add more when it comes to jury instructions or whatever. And sometimes it's depending on what the courts have defined coercion as, right? And what they deem as coercion. And sometimes they give examples, and sometimes you have case law that will back up what you're saying the definition is. But coercion, just by the regular dictionary, is the practice of persuading someone to do something by using force or threats. So if I keep your phones and I keep your laptops, then you're going to do what you want, what I need you to do so you can get your stuff back. So they're painting pictures of him being this domineering person that controlled her. And so most of the stuff she did, really, even though she did it, she may look like she liked it. There were videos where he threw her a party And she was all smiles and seemed very, very happy. And it was like 2016, 17. She did an interview with somebody because she was going to be in a movie. It might have been a Michael B. Jordan movie that they were in. And she was like, they talked about Puff. She was still with them. So it must have been like 2017. And she was kind of gushing over him and how long they've been together. And they was talking about where they're going to be married. And she was like, no, I think, I like the way we are now and da 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 da. So I think again, the government is going to have to make it look like, even in times where she looked happy, where she looked like she wasn't being controlled, she really was being controlled. And these are some of the ways she was being controlled, because he literally like took her laptop, he took her communication devices. And taking communication devices, if somebody wants to call for help, is a crime if they want to call for help. You know what I'm saying? So L. Jackson says she had choices. She left and got married and have kids. Okay, that's part of what the defense's argument is as well. She sounds just like Amber Turd, same playbook. Loso, the majestic beast. That's what he said. Didn't he punch her in her stomach at a party? Orlando Robinson, I don't know. I haven't heard that one, but maybe. A fool and his money will surely part. Hey, Diddy the fool. That's from Raleigh. Okay, Queen Brielle said the Mann Act was amended by Congress for trafficking. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much for that information. But yeah, because originally, like I said, it was built, and you guys have to look at this country, whether, even though the Bible has been polluted, it has been with the colonization and to make it where slavery is okay, and it was against Black people. Our country, a lot of our laws were built on the morals of Christianity and the alleged principles of Christianity, because I don't think some of these people don't even know what the principles are. But like in Michigan, it was a crime, and as in most states and a lot of states, it's probably not on the books anymore. Ours, just after a while, when it sits so long and nobody's prosecuted for it, it's just kind of like a kind of similar to having it repealed. But it was a crime to commit adultery. It was a crime to shack up. It was a crime. It was so many different crimes that were morally connected. In North Carolina, I think it is, they still have a crime where if your husband or your wife cheats, that's what Fantasia went through. If they cheat, then they can come after the person who cheated on you, who you cheated with, for coming in between your marriage and get money. So you have to look at it like a lot of stuff was built on morals. So with the Mann Act around that time, they did not like interracial relationships. So if you have someone who it's really technically not a crime for the Black person and the white person to be together, then they'll find a way to draft something in order to make it as if it's a crime without really saying it's a crime. So to say you go for any immoral purposes, as it is defined, back then, that was based on what's considered immoral from the Christianity lens. Like I said, a lot of these laws, I want to say 3 years ago, somebody here at a court tried to get somebody, because they just didn't like the person. I think the judge didn't. So they actually did try to charge them with committing adultery. And it was like a big thing in the paper. And it ended up, the Supreme Court like overturned it. Our Supreme Court in Michigan was like, we ain't used that law in 30 years. Like, cut it out. So yeah, you have to look at it from the lens. When some of these things were created, it was because they wanted a certain society, and the society was in their mind at that time. A lot of Black people, you weren't even considered, even though allegedly, you had it where all of a sudden we were considered a full citizen. You still had many laws as early as 100 years ago, of which you had segregation. You had whites only on buses. You had whites. Well, Black people had to sit in the back of the bus. You had whites only at counters. You had whites only at bathrooms. And this is your Black. You had to go. It was like you would have artists like an Aretha Franklin or something that can be the bomb to the world. But when they pulled up in the South, like when I talked to Martha Reeves from Martha Reeves and the Vandella, she said they would throw stuff at the vans, at their tour buses, and try to start fires and throw cocktails. And then you go to venues that people paid you for, but because you were Black, they enjoyed your talent, but they had you going to the back of the buildings. That's what pisses me off about someone like Puff, who had this type of power. And because probably he went through some things that were degrading, he decided to degrade other people, not make it easier for them, to make it like the whole cheesecake walk. Stuff like that just was, to me, it just seemed degrading. And I think it was like, and that's what, when you're putting that position, the fact that you had the ability to make changes and you decided to perpetuate the same thing, it bothers me, as you guys probably know. But let's see if we got any more tweets. I saw a documentary about interracial couple arrested for marrying each other. I can't believe this was like, yeah, that's the whole loving case. Loving be loving. Let's go down here. So then the AUSA said, how often were you in contact with Sean's staff? Cassie said daily. And so then I guess they show some more photos because the AUSA asked, who are in these photos? And she names them. She says Christina Coram and Miss Fletcher. And then the AUSA said, what did you call Miss Coram? She said KK. And who's this? She said D-Rock. He was Sean's security. How frequently were you in Sean's residences? She says all the time. Did they all have safes? Yes. What did you observe in them? Cassie says cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes, guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. So he had safes, and she was able to see what was in those safes. So then the AUSA says, do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Cassie said, yes, we were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? She says, I cried, said, don't do something stupid. Y'all better get these likes up. We out here have fake reporting like we in New York or something. See Through You said it's not a crime to be a freak. A. Canton said, I'm just surprised that with all these freak offs, nobody walked away with a monkey on their back. Very confusing to me. Please do. Someone walked in during the freak off. These people are something else. See, this is why I think like Roger Bond, he's come out and he went and did some classes to try to learn about DV and all this while all this stuff was coming, because people were coming for him. Because y'all security had to, like, you got Gene Deal that has his own channel and all of that. This security, some of y'all seen some of this stuff, and I think that's where they're getting the enterprise from, just like the security that was allegedly there at the hotel. So I think that's what they're trying to say. The staff, Christina Coram, her name has come up several times. They say like she would be the one to get the certain, she was a part of it, okay, setting up rooms and alleged, that's what's alleged. And so they're bringing all these people in because they have to show that this was a concerted effort. What Diddy was doing, they're alleging he couldn't do on his own. He needed the assistance of other people, and they knew what he was doing, and they didn't do anything to stop it. So that's what the picture they're trying to paint. Well, keep on supporting Cassie. I don't know if she's getting any money from it. Because, see, at one point, Diddy also was offering everybody their catalogs back. Y'all remember that? But he wanted people to sign NDAs. So this leads me to believe, and again, he was in negotiations, I guess, because Cassie said she was writing this book and she wanted $30 million and stuff that he can buy the exclusive right, and she wouldn't let it out. And so he was offering, so he had an inclination that some of this stuff was happening. We know what happened with Bill Cosby. We knew they came after R. They was coming after people. They came after Bill Cosby from the 70s. You knew they was going to eventually come after y'all from the 80s and 90s. So he was trying to get people to buy back. And then it was Aubrey Day, who always been on Diddy's neck from day one, from Danity Kane. She came out and said that she didn't do it because he wanted them to sign NDAs. But again, NDAs do not protect you from crimes. And if you are called to testify and you are subpoenaed, you still have to go. So a lot of people keep saying, if he paid her off, why is he testifying? Because he was subpoenaed. When you deal with any NDAs or settlement agreements, it'll say, basically, if any parts of this settlement agreement is deemed void by whatever state we're doing it under, then that's still, the rest of it still is in the works, but we're just going to void that one provision. It also tells you the NDA, most of the time it'll tell you it doesn't apply to being called as a witness, to being called in a deposition and all of that. So it does not shield you from what he's going through. Once she filed that lawsuit, the feds almost didn't have a choice but to investigate into what she was alleging under oath. You know, I think it might have been a verified complaint. I can't remember. But of course they're going to investigate. Then you have people like Kid Cudi who came forward and was like, he tried to blow my car up. Like, what do you think the feds was going to do? Once that lawsuit came out, he should have just been ready. He should have known what was next. So yeah. You know I will. I got y'all. Okay, let's see if we got any more information here. Let's see if we hear some more about Suge Knight. So now we're talking about Suge Knight. Okay. Let's get into it. The AUSA, so I'm going to go back to the Suge Knight. So the AUSA asked, do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Cassie says, yes, we were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? She said, I cried, said, don't do something stupid. So then the AUSA says, were you ever handed a GUN? She said, yes. We were going to a club in downtown LA. We taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the GUN in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? See how they always asking who was there when all this was happening. So all these people were around and nobody just said and did anything. So they're always going to ask who was there when these crazy events were happening. So she says a driver, security, and Sean. So then Ventura said, oh, and another time, so she offers her own. Another time I saw them get dressed and grab GUNs and leave in an SUV. So then the government says, how long were they gone? She says, 30 to 40 minutes. So then the government says, let me switch topics. She said, enough of that. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? And she says, first 6 months of a year. Okay. So I guess the first time was after 6 months. It sounds like he mentioned voyeurism. So that is where we are with the testimony right now. Let's see what you guys have to say. second generation hip hop was built on crime stories. It was. The enterprise did things that benefited Sean Combs. That's from Combs. That's from Queen Bria. J Love said, I think she stayed with Diddy because she would never have a music career. I was looking at this text. No one would have wanted to deal with Diddy trying to help her. Thank you. I appreciate you too. And you're probably right, J Lo. After she signed with him, he probably would have, according to what they're saying, if I had to guess, he probably would have told them, you better not deal with him, because people in those powerful positions, they could basically blackball you. I've seen people that have alleged being blackballed in the acting world. I've seen because of things that they refuse to do. When you look at some of these comedians who said it because they wouldn't put on dresses, there are gatekeepers. And see what happened with the internet, what people don't understand, the power of TikTok, the power of YouTube, was that independent artists had a platform of which it can go viral. Now it's to a point where labels are not the gatekeeper. You can get your music out, and people have learned with the TLCs and all them about these whack contracts, but you were willing to do that because you just wanted a foot in the door. And because you wanted a foot in the door, you didn't care about these contracts. People can talk about their draconian now, but I think a lot of these people that say, like, I didn't have a lawyer and all of that, I think they still would have signed it, because if that was their only opportunity, they were going to take it. With the internet and with TikTok and all these different places, you can become a freaking star on your own, be independent, keep all of your money, book your own shows, get your own manager. And it's to a point now with labels, they don't even want you now unless you have your own social media presence. Before, you needed labels because they had the connections, they can put you on shows, they can put you at the award shows, they were on the boards for these Grammys and all of that, so they can make sure you get nominated. They can put you in parties and rooms of people that you wouldn't be able to normally be, because regardless, they talk about Diddy, people wanted that invitation to the white parties. They did. And so they were gatekeepers, and that was in every area. You got it in gospel, you had it everywhere. And I think now people feel more freer. And then you look at a Cassie, she went through all of that. She left him in 2018. She gets married and have kids. He was taking care. She don't have a music career. So this book, she like, oh, he ain't gonna like all this stuff that I say in this book. So she offered him the exclusive right to own the book, and he turned it down like an idiot. He should have went on ahead and just bought the book. That's probably what he does every day. Stupid, 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 stupid. I should have just gave it a damn $30 million. I could make more money. I'm paying more than $30 million for all these lawyers. He's gonna come out of probably well over $100 million for this defense. And you're not even guaranteed to go home. The only people guaranteed to walk up out that courtroom are those defense attorneys sitting at that table. That's it. So he probably sitting up there like, he let his ego, he should have just went on ahead and paid her money. Because you knew some of the things she knew. You knew some of the things that the whole world didn't know about you. You know, at the very least, nobody would look at you the same. Okay. So we talked about grabbing the GUN. And let me see. Are y'all hitting that like button? Huh? Thank you so much. That's the only commercial breaks we have, is to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. 1,600 of y'all, so I'm at least need 1,000 likes. Like, come on. Okay, so we're gonna go back to Ventura. Another time I saw them get dressed and grab GUNs and leave in an SUV. The AUSA said, how long were they gone? She said 30 to 40 minutes. So then the AUSA said, let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? She said the first 6 months of a year. So then they said, how old were you? She says 22. So this is what I'm saying. I think he met her at 19, but it doesn't sound like they start. I mean, not 19, 21. I'm not saying like we the smartest at 21 either, but I'm just saying 21 is a bit better than 19. So they were saying like it sounds like he first tried to kiss her at the VMAs when at her 21st birthday party. She went back and told somebody about it, which led me to believe it was 21. Then within 6 months, when she was 22, I guess he introduced her to voyeurism. So then the AUSA said, "Why did you agree to try a freak off?" She says, "Good question. I wanted to make him happy." So then the government says, "Well, where was the first freak off?" She said, "One of his homes in Los Angeles." So then they must introduce another exhibit, 2A-627. Who is this? She said, "The first escort." So they done found the first escort for when they first started doing these alleged freak offs. Well, I don't know if it's alleged now, but when they started having these parties. So then the government says, "Do you know his name?" She said, "No." So the government said, "Well, I'll just call him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid?" She said, "Yes, to dance and to have intercourse with me." So then they said, "Well, what drugs did you take?" She said, "Ecstasy and alcohol before things started." So then the government said, "Did you disguise your appearance?" She said, "Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask." So then the AUSA said, "What was a session and a freak off?" She said, "Until the escort finished." "How many sessions with the first escort?" She said, "At least 2. So do y'all think they're about to start playing the tapes of these freak offs now? Well, we thank God, Alicia. We thank God. Maria said Diddy is an extremely disturbed man. I can't imagine how the daughters feel about their dad. In my opinion, they shouldn't be in the court. That part. Damn, till exhaustion. That's what they said, Mac. They said till they. So the first guy said he showed them, he had to show them because allegedly Sean did not want them to use condoms. And so the first guy from yesterday who said he was a stripper turned a part of their situationships, um, he said he showed them his clean bill of health. So apparently, like similar, I guess, to escort services, they require that you show that you don't have anything. And so apparently that's what had happened. Um, let's see. My 4 girls, I'm not trying to be funny, but she consented. She basically did just say she consented. So I think what they're going to do is probably get some type of expert to say because of her age or her age, that and the way she was brainwashed and she stayed, like some person said, Stockholm syndrome. And so almost like she really couldn't do anything on her own volition because she just didn't have control of herself, I guess. But like you're saying, the defense is going to argue, and they have been arguing that it was consent. And so, jury, would you allow the government to tell you what you can and cannot do behind closed doors? And that's really what it's going to boil down to. Are you guys going to look at this like it was just they was some freaks? Are we going to look at it like she was almost a robot and she really couldn't even make that decision for herself, or she was scared of him and she didn't know what would happen if she didn't do it? But This line of question is almost saying just what you're saying. She consented, but she did it because she wanted to make him happy. And they told her, they're going to ask, well, why would you do this? She said, because she wanted to make him happy. So this is what she was willing to do to make her man happy. So there's that. So she consented. This is from For Always Forever for Life. Says she consented at first, but eventually she tried to leave and Diddy hunted her down and had her dragged back. I'm sure that probably happened a few times, as it happens with DV cases. He definitely was an abuser. Deborah said, when you become abused, you become desensitized. And I wonder if there was some type of competition, for lack of a better word, with Kim. I think she probably knew how much he loved Kim Porter, because he always tried to go back to her. And she probably was the one after them twins. I don't think she was even with him by the time the twins was born. She ain't had no problem walking away. Now, he did take care of her. He took care of Kim because she was concerned, I guess, allegedly, of like recordings in the house, and he tried to keep tabs. But I wonder if she always just wanted to one up, like the 80-20 rule. When you have mistresses, they are willing to do the things you complain about your wife not doing. But they may be deficient in 80% of the other stuff. But the 20%, they are willing to do what it takes to make that person happy. And so it's interesting. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for covering this, Pam. You're the only one I listen to regarding this case. The incompetent media and wannabe attorneys annoy me. Well, it's a sensationalized case. So people are looking from the emotional perspective, which is understandable because we are real people. We don't plug ourselves in. But when you are a lawyer, you learn how to separate your emotion from the law. And you can see they did not make their case, or you can see they have satisfied every element of their case. And sometimes they have painted a picture. The prosecution can paint a picture where they are trash, the person they're talking about. And sometimes, like in this case, you have to concede your client was a violent person. If you guys were charging him with domestic violence, I would agree. He deserves to get charged with DV. But that's not what he's charged with. Sometimes you have to concede that point. And even though they tell you to take your emotions out of it, honestly, the AUSA, they don't want you to take your emotions out of nothing. They want you to lean towards, okay, if I'm on the fence and I need something to tip the scale, I'm going to tip towards guilty because he's garbage. And I don't think he should be on the street for anybody else to have to endure this again. Sandy said you can't consent under the influence. He was under the influence as well. Everybody was. So how do you handle that, Sandy? Just a question. If everybody is under the influence, does he get a pass too? That he was violent because he was a drug addict? All of this stuff was because he was high? So he couldn't really control what he was saying? If that's the case, nobody would get DUIs, right? When they go and they end up running somebody over. I'm sure they didn't do it on purpose. Okay. So then he says, the AUSA asked, this is after you had your first freak off. How did you feel? She said, I was high, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion, and that he was happy with me. So I was high and I felt dirty, but I knew he was happy with me. Why did you feel you couldn't say no? She said, I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he shared this part of himself with me. So she felt like it was an honor or a privilege that he shared that he does these freak offs and enjoys watching women having sex with men why he pleasures himself. Very interesting. Hi, Scorpio vibes. Good to see you. Whenever I was lit, I wanted to have X, so I was very capable of consenting because that's what I wanted. That's from See Through You. Houston Foodie said, "Lock him away" is what I say, and don't do drugs. That's her PSA. She thought she was the only one who knew he was bi. That's what I'm getting out of it. Like he shared this, but Diddy couldn't consent to the man she invited to the freak off. Oh man. Leisha said if you've ever been in a relationship with a psychopath, then you can understand her mindset at least on some level. I don't know if I've been in a relationship with a psychopath then. I think we've all taken things from people as women. I mean, I'll admit I took things that I probably should have walked away. Sometimes the Lord had to dang near sit on my lap and say, "Girl, hello, McFly, anybody home?" But I can't say for 10 years that it took 10 years or that it was to that extent. But again, I can't say I wasn't that young because I've done some things as some young dummy too, but it depends on the person. You know, we're all snowflakes. I remember I told the jury that one time on a personal injury case. I was like, why do they say my client should have been healed in 6 to 8 weeks? Because we're all unique people. We're like snowflakes falling in the sky. No snowflake is alike and no person is alike. I don't know where that came from. And I didn't realize how funny it was until like one of my colleagues was like, "Girl, did you just compare the people to snowflakes?" It just came out. But yeah, so we can say what we would do in that situation. But if you've never been in that situation, where I've never had nobody come to me and say, "Hey girl, you want to do a freak off?" Listen, this how it go. This the game we play. You dress up in lingerie and you have a mask on, and then a guy comes over and you let him know, even though he here, we gonna lie to him and tell him he just coming to strip. But then we gonna say, "Hey, I just want you to massage my body, and if you think I'm hot, then you can get some if you want to. But it's up to you. We giving you the chance to choose." I've never been in that situation. So I think all of us can say what we would and would not do, but unless you've been in that situation, you can't say. I personally don't think I liked his personality where he probably wouldn't have got that far. He wouldn't even got that far to kissing me in the bathroom. But that's just my personality. So yeah. Dang, Loso, you really are are you a part of Diddy's family or something? Because you really been going hard in the paint. Hmm? Do you know these people in real life? Because we just want to know. It's sad because abuse affects us all differently. Some of us don't know we were abused. That is true. And there's going to be an expert I'm pretty sure, if I had to bet. Thank you for the super chat and the comment. That will testify to that because all of us do it from our experiences. Everything we do is from our experiences and our exposures and our lenses. Our community and our environment shapes who we are, how we respond to things. Like you can go to your grandmother's house and you realize you dang near put the same pictures in the same spots as your grandma and your mama. If your mother put all the dishes away in the drain rack, you gonna put all the dishes away in the drain rack. Like a lot of stuff shapes who we are and what we're around. From my understanding, Diddy was around a bunch of foolishness when he was little. Like his mama was a bit lit. That's the rumor. And the house was lit. And there was sexcapades going on there. So he was introduced to it at a young age. That is what I seen on one of these documentaries. He done sued everybody. So I don't know what's true and what's not true. So Diddy, I'm not saying it as a fact. I'm just saying it's what was done, what was said on these videos. And so his exposure was different. So he was probably hypersexual. That's not what my exposure was. So therefore, my life and the past and the things that I accept weren't the same. I remember in the 4th grade, my first little boyfriend, he bought me a Christmas gift. And he was going to walk me home. And I was so geeked. I was getting this Christmas gift. And he said, I don't want nothing from you. I just want you to give me a kiss. Ask me if I got that Christmas gift. Because that just wasn't anything I was around. You ain't in the 4th grade and 5th grade talking about kissing boys. Even though I had a little, I guess he was considered my little boyfriend, but it was a different definition. So it just depends. So I still don't know what's in that box to this day. All right. And I was in the 4th grade. No clue what was in that box. But none of us that I know was with a billionaire. That is true. We can't pretend money and access didn't play some part in any for this for her. That is true. And this is why I love this platform, because we're not just leaning towards our emotion. And the thing is this: if Diddy was not rich, if Diddy was not a mogul, if Diddy did not have access, and if he did not wasn't in the music industry, she would probably 9 times out of 10, if Joe Smo would have came to her and said, this is called a freak off, and I want you to do that, she would not have done it. So what responsibility also do we put on the woman for what they're willing to compromise to be in a relationship? So that's going to come into play as well. If they're thinking, if the jurors are thinking logically, what were you willing to give up? It's similar to people that prostitute. They're willing to give up what some of us will say is a prized possession for a couple of dollars. You get some people that's like, you can't pay for this. That's not going to work. So yeah, I think it's another form of that. So that's another thing that may come up. I don't know. But thank you get me for the super chat. I appreciate that. And no, we don't excuse Diddy because he had money. We don't excuse him if you don't have money. There's no excuse for it. That's why his attorneys had to concede that he ain't ish. He had to concede that. But what we're saying is now he has to be responsible for whether people. How does he know what your boundary is unless you're the one that placed the boundary? He don't got boundaries. And there are people out here who are willing to go to where he's going. There are people out here that are willing to do what he's doing. So it's basically like he has to place the boundary and say, no, she seemed too young. Even though she seemed like she's enjoying it, maybe she really ain't enjoying it. That's what it is. And he was an abuser. We can't even pretend that he wasn't beating this girl up, because he was. So anyway, 17-year gap means something. It does. He has way more experience than her as well. Plus, it sounds like as a young kid, he was exposed to a lot of stuff. So he may have more experience than a lot of people. Canton said the girls that had boundaries left, and I'm sure there were some younger than 21. Okay, that's from a Canton. I ain't say that. I don't know. Goddess Y said he's a predator, plain and simple. All right. I respect your comment. I think Diddy is guilty of trafficking by legal definition, but not racketeering. That's from Urban Max TV. It might be a win if he beats other charges and he doesn't beat, you know what I'm saying? He beats some charges and not other charges. Okay, let me this right. Y'all got me this. Let's see here. So the AUSA said, how frequent did the freak-offs become? Cassie said weekly for a consistent amount of years. So she's alleging she had freak-offs every week for years. That is crazy. That's a lot. So did they have anything together? Because it sounds like he used to watch. So then then the government said, when was your last one? She said 2017, 2018. So around the same time, I guess, where she married her husband. So then the government said, how long were you awake during the freak-offs? She said, I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy and Molly and cocaine. Good gosh. And there's a lot of if you've talked to strippers, women that do drugs and they do alcohol in order to have the courage to get on a pole. So that's not unheard of, that oftentimes you have to take drugs to give you the courage to do some of this type of stuff. And I'm not no way, making it seem like being a stripper, I guess, is like, I've just heard people say that were strippers, like they had to get drunk and whatever, take a shot before they could even get on the pole. So then the AUSA said, do you recall all of the freak-offs? And she said that would be impossible. Then the AUSA said, did you want to stop? And she said, yes, I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. And then she started crying. So she was on the stand crying. She did good. It took her a while, so I probably would have been up there. What's your name? Because this is a lot. She seems like she man. So the government said, did you tell him you didn't want to? She said yes. So then Cassie said, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. So it sounds like she was concerned that if she told him that she didn't want to do it, then he would just find another woman to do it. Wow. The government said, were you able to express your concerns to him? The defense said, objection, leading. So then the judge told him, you need to rephrase. Why would you talk to him gently? She said, I didn't want him to be angry. So then the government said, what is this? And she showed emails between me and Sean. The government said, what did you call him? She said, Pop Pop. The government said, why? She said, he asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. So he wanted her to call him what she called her grandfather. So then they must have put up another writing, and they said, what did you write? She said, I really need to FUCK. The government said, why did you write that? She said, because I wanted to be with him. So then the government said, I'll read your messages. You read yours. So then it said, AUSA is reading Sean's. It said, you don't want to do anymore. And she said, I'm so predictable. So it sounds like, remember, Diddy's team was saying things like there are text messages of which she was initiating things. So now it looks like the government is probably going to try to take the air out of that, to put it up there on their own. Maybe some type of text and proofs of her actually engaging or wanting to have intimate relations. Yes, age gap over 10 years and the youngest person is in their 20s. It's not good. Yes, he does, Abby. He has a high level of perversion. Yep. I wonder how he's holding out over there in the detention center, because he sounded like he had a this is almost like oxygen for him. Hershey's Coco said before she was ever abused, she agreed to make him happy, not because she was scared or threatened. Mhm. Miss Discreet says something is mentally wrong with her after all of that. Sad. Well, she got a whole lot of millions to go get the therapy she need. So I guess she said, listen, you gonna pay for all them years. Something I just read that, sorry. His children are listening to this sickness. They are. Yeah. The sketch artist picks are interesting. I know, I felt like I could just go get a kindergartner right to draw them, because they are very interesting looking. I mean, that's what they are, a sketch artist. They do them in like 15 minutes. They don't do them like they doing a self-portrait or something. So yeah, she was 19 to 20, not a grown woman. That's from Grace, Mercy, and Saved. You know what? I'm not going to repeat this. Happy 7105 too, just in case some people are listening via podcast, podcast style. Okay, let's see. So then when Ventura, I guess she said from the email, so I'm gonna go back. So the AUS said, what did you write? Because she pulled up an email. And Cassie said, I really need to FUCK. And so then the government said, why did you write that? And Cassie said, because I wanted to be with him. So the AUS said, I'll read your messages. I'm gonna read your messages. It must have been I'm gonna read his messages and she's gonna read her own messages. So they're gonna have like a dialogue. So the AUSA is reading Diddy's messages, which say, you don't want to do anymore. And she responded, I'm so predictable. So then the AUSA asked, what did you think this meant? And Cassie said that he knew I didn't want to do the freak offs anymore, but then I backpedaled. So then the government said, why? And she said, to not make him angry. He could be violent. And then she said, the AUSA said, where'd you get your outfit? And Cassie said, pleasure chest elsewhere. So then the government said, did you get piercings? She said, yes, Sean came with me. The government said, which of his homes did you have freakouts in? And she said, Miami and New York. And the government said, what other homes? And she said, my homes, all but Studio City. And then the government said, in what other cities? And she said, in Atlanta and Ibiza. I don't know what that is. So they're kind of weaving in they talk about one thing, see, like it looked like a text about the freak offs, and it sounded like she backpedaled and said she still wanted to do it. And then they get back into all the time she had to have these freak offs with him, even though she really didn't want to do it anymore. So yeah. Oh, in Spain. Okay. Got it. I thought it was a city, child. She said it next to Atlanta. Shoot, I thought maybe it was a little county over there in Georgia. Like Fulton, Cobb. I never heard of that. Yes, all opinions are welcome as long as you're not disrespectful. Um, mm, mm. You get me said, I don't know. She was a victim in certain situations, but a pick me in others. So how do you handle that as a juror? You get me? If you feel like some of the stuff, because she is basically, I believe based on how she's testifying, and I guess we'll see on cross. But I feel like based on how she's testifying, they have information or text or something that shows she was consenting to these freak offs and she liked it. And maybe she praised it. Maybe she said she had fun with it. Maybe she said she want to do it again. Maybe she initiated and said, well, what day we going to do this? Are we going to do it on Friday? You know what I'm saying? Maybe they have text messages that show she was the initiator, and so now the AUSA is trying to get in front of it to say she just wanted to make him happy. And he was so much older than her. And basically, it should have been on him. He wanted her to call him the father, like the grandfather. So he was controlling and she was scared of him and she just wanted to make him happy. That's why anything that seemed like, because in their opening, they said, even there may be videos of which she seemed like she liked it, but it was because A, B, C, D, and E. So I think they pretty much know where the defense is gonna go with it. And so they're trying to get in front of it before that information comes out. That's what I think. 10-2 said Cassie's duplicity is absolutely moronic. She was an active participant in it all. Okay, that's from 10-2. Leslie said calling her a pick me is showing you don't really understand how grooming and coercive control works. That's from Lisa Amore. If you're a victim at any point, then you're a victim. That's from Poop Dog. Jay Knight said Cassie's $100 million check cleared and she's now in chill mode. We spending a whole lot more than that right now on them attorneys. Marcus, thank you so much. Always at work. My gosh, always at Amazon. You should be employee of the month, bro, because you always at work. Abby said they need a trauma therapist to break. Yeah, they have an expert that's going to come on. So it's not really, you have to be also qualified as an expert, even in your field, right? So part of the issue they had was they were trying to use an expert to define how coercive is. And I believe the judge ruled that this expert could not do that. So I don't know how they're going to introduce that. And it sounds like they're doing a lot of the fact witness testimonies coming this week about the freak offs, everything else. And plus Cassie is super pregnant, so she needed to get on, but they'll probably get into more of the boring type people, which are the experts, later on as time progresses, so that they can explain to the jurors what this is and why people do things the way they do from a psychological standpoint, because she mentioned too, like she was psychologically abused. So I'm pretty sure she's talked to a therapist. She's probably currently still in therapy. It probably had to be a lot. The family probably had her and her husband had to go, because now you got to look at it too. Her husband was in the courtroom yesterday. So her husband heard about a man who basically said he was urinating on his wife. And that she almost, I guess, showed him, how it's supposed to be done, which kind of alludes that maybe it had happened again. So I'm sure he got to be in some therapy too. And then the baggage she came with. You think she didn't have trauma responses when she was with him? So apparently he must have made her feel safe and provided a safe space. He said they don't have nothing. That's why they already played the video, Toyette. I'm gonna refrain from comment. You say how strong is the case? I think you're hearing the case. I think Cassie's a star witness. I predicted that before. I think a lot of the search warrants and stuff probably didn't bring up as much as they wanted to, but it definitely were tapes that were out there. And it's going to be interesting if the reporters can watch it, because they may say it seemed consensual to me, seemed like everybody. And then who is on those tapes. Are there other celebrities that got involved in that? Because it's interesting to me how once this stuff happened, a lot of people separated themselves from Diddy. Remember, there was the call with Kanye, of which Kanye allegedly was the only one that has checked on his kids. So all of these people that were all up in Diddy's white parties, trying to be his entourage, jumping in. He just had an album, the Love album that just came out. You had Babyface on it. You had everybody on. That's why Lil Rod showed up yesterday too. Jaguar Wright showed up. You know, Lil Rod is a producer who's claiming that Diddy never paid him for the work he's done. And he came out with a bunch of allegations and stuff that he saw and things that he's alleging happened to him as well while he was trying to record this album. Oh yeah. Cassie has, I believe she has 2 kids, and then she's pregnant with her 3rd one, I believe. Yeah, she is. She's been able to carry those kids. So yeah, I agree. So Joy asked, how long do they expect the trial to last? So the estimation was 8 weeks, but I think they're moving pretty quickly. So I would say 6. If they thought it was 8, it was probably more so because a lot of these, like if you watch the YSL trial, part of why that first judge had some issues, Glanville, is because he was taking all these breaks. And if you got done with somebody's testimony, he was like, all right, well, we'll just resume tomorrow, even though you left, you know, you got another hour. They'll ask the prosecution, hey, how long do you think this witness is going to be? Oh, they're going to be like 4 hours. Oh, we'll just start fresh tomorrow. This judge is actually utilizing every time. So if they got 20 minutes left, he's like, all right, just go till the 20 minutes is up. He said, we're going to do from 9 to 5, and he's doing from 9 to 5 with the break, you know, a couple of breaks and then the lunch break. So he seems like he's running it very efficiently. I don't see a lot of objections, which is good. They're not objecting to a lot of her testimony that I see on here. We've seen a few, but for the most part, and they were obvious, like speculation. She says she don't know, but they're letting her just kind of get through her testimony, which may have been their strategy, not to not object to a whole lot. And then you don't want to draw attention to it with objections, because sometimes jurors will look at it like, why are they objecting? What was important about that? So you got to be very strategic with what you object to and not just object every 2 minutes. So yeah. Um so then the government, so they asked them all the different houses, asked her like where they had these freak offs. So the government said, "In what hotels in New York did you have freak offs?" She said the Trump, of course, the Trump Hotel. My goodness. Oh, they were trying to get to the Intercontinental. So they asked her the Intercontinental. She said, yeah, 44th Street. Yes. So then the government said elsewhere. And she said, yes, the Mandarin, Oriental, Fontainebleau. And then the government said, what names were used? She said, Jackie Star, and I used Frank Black. So a lot of times celebrities don't check in their real names. Why? Obvious. This is the date of social media. And even back then, just like how the security guard at the Intercontinental, I guess, recorded the video to show his wife, there always has been paparazzi, and paparazzi or people with video cameras will video you or try to find you while you're there. So they always try to be discreet and incognito when they come to these hotels. So she's saying that he said his name was Jackie Star and her name was Frank Black. So let's see, or maybe she was Jackie Star. He was probably Frank Black, but it's just the way they worded this sentence. So anyway, so then the government says, what supplies for freak offs? He said Astroglide. She said Astroglide, baby oil, and condoms. So there we finally get to the baby oil. Who brought the supplies? Security and Sean's assistants. So this is the whole trying to build the enterprise. They set up the rooms. That's what we heard about KK. Security has been trying to distance themselves. All security that we know of have been trying to distance themselves. I ain't seen nothing. I never witnessed him do A, B, C, D, and E. I wasn't there. She's saying that they helped bring the supply. So they knew what was going on. So then the government said, which brand of baby oil? Johnson's. How was it used? She said, Sean said you need to be glistening. So he wanted the body to glisten. So then the government said, where were the freak-offs where you ran out of, he said, I guess, were there freak-offs where you ran out of baby oil? I think is what he's trying to say. The defense said, objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. And the government said, you also mentioned Astroglide. The government just kept on talking past the objection. Defense said, same objection, irrelevant. The judge said, sidebar. And he got an exclamation point, so he mad. So then they go off to the sidebar and the judge tell them, y'all starting to get on my nerves and you're like, I need y'all to move this along. Okay, whatever's going on. I don't know what happened at the sidebar. So the sidebar is basically they go up to the judge away from the earshot of the jury. They go up to the bench and they discuss whatever the issue is. Okay. A lot of time judges don't like you to object in front of jurors and state your reasoning. If you want to state your reasoning, they'll go up. Sometimes they'll have you go up to the bench to state your reasoning because they don't want, because you can go on a whole narrative and then that becomes where the jury hears your narrative. So they try to avoid tainting the juror with information that they shouldn't hear. So anyway, the government says, we were just talking about, she's like, as we were saying, that's pretty much what the government did. We were just talking about Astroglide. How was it used? Cassie said, as lubricant. The government said, if you ran out, then what? Cassie said, we'd call either staff or the bail desk. Give them a tip. So if they ran out, they'll just call the staff or call someone at the desk like, yeah, we ran out of lube. Can you bring lube to room 352? And then the government said, were the freak-offs lit? See, a young person would have been like, lit? Yeah, it was lit. But they're talking about actual lighting. So Cassie said, initially it was candle, strong smelling Glade. Okay, that was the last one. What are you guys saying over here? I believe they did. You get me? I believe. So I guess we'll get into it. I don't know. You said I literally could not with this. That's from Joy. You're not going to hang in there with us. We're going through this together. Yeah, they get in all the time. See, Inner City Press, they've gotten rapport, obviously, with all of the courts, because you have what do they call investigative journalists, I think is what they call them. And they get assigned in the big, like the New York Times. I know because when I was doing Whitehead's case, there was a lady from the New York Times there, really nice lady. She was an independent journalist, and sometimes they will hire independent journalists to go in, and people are assigned to certain courtrooms. And so you start knowing, like when I went to another case at the Eastern District of New York one time, the journalist came in and it was like the marshals knew who he was, and the judge and the AUSAs, they all knew who he was. So I think this Inner City Press, this guy has just been doing this, and he'll be on here doing this Sean Combs stuff. He still writes articles. He turns a lot of his coverage into books that he has on Amazon, and you'll see him at federal court, and then you'll see him in state court. Then he'll be on another floor in federal. Like, he works very hard, and I think he's an independent journalist. That's why I said if y'all want to tip his jar over there, that his information is there. But yeah, he's there putting in work. Just Me said it's interesting that she used Frank Black and named her daughter Frankie. You think she wants to distance herself from that trauma? Her daughter's name is Frankie? I didn't even know any of her kids' name. You guys pick up on everything. Lots of black men into the dark, depraved, actual stuff. Not just black. I think the focus has been a lot of black men lately, but the first introduction I had of the wild side, and I told it earlier on the video, were white people that I saw. And it's the ones you never expect. Like the women that's out here and they half dressed, sometimes they're not even the one that's doing it. It's the ones that got the turtleneck on and they got their suits. They got whips and chains and dungeons and swinging and doing all type of stuff, and you just don't find out until something sinister happens, like somebody disappears or somebody is lost or whatever, that you'll find out what they're. That's like when you watch Dateline and everybody is saying she was great, she was the head of the PTA, and she brought cookies to the class, and she did this and she did that, and then once she's missing, they're like, and then we learned a dark side of them. And then they come back and you're like, we found letters in hers. We found the cell phone, and the cell phone was connected to this website. And then they'll show them on the website with their outfits. Apparently they were swingers, and that's how you find out stuff about them. But that's their personal life. So they can be a professional and then they have their own proclivities in their personal life. Jay Knight said Janice Combs worked 3 flipping jobs and did the best she could as a single parent. I don't know nothing about Janice. I don't know nothing about the best she could. I don't know any of that. Precious J said the defense gonna eat Cassie up. I pray she's ready for it. Hopefully the prosecution got somebody to cross her. Diddy's baby oil said, Lord, they done put my name in this mess. Oh, yes, Pam. W.C. Fields was into freak offs. Listen to Lamont from Sanford and Son interviews. He said he and Red never attended those parties. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, we're not going to find out till stuff like this happen. I think so. I hope they need to. I'm pretty sure that's why they had a woman. She's pregnant. The optics of it. You don't want a man who she's talked about all this trauma. You don't want a man doing cross examination. You want somebody that seems like they'll be empathetic, but do the job and point out what needs to be pointed out and get her to say some things and admit some things that she didn't necessarily do on direct examination with the AUSA. Um, Nicole Westmoreland, who is on there, that's the one that was a part of YSL. She's a great cross examiner. She's very methodical. And yeah, there were a lot of stuff around her last week because people were upset that it wasn't her. I kind of heard this before, but I guess it was information that she too was an actual abuse survivor, where she I think she testified, or maybe they pled guilty. I think they pled guilty, but she called the police and pressed charges against the person that did it to her. And it sounded like it was almost in a music situation, like some people that were in the music industry or whatnot. And so she's on the team, and people were like, well, it gives the optics of it. She really believed that this was something that should not have happened, then she probably wouldn't represent them. So people are connecting the two from a public standpoint, but I don't know if the jury even knows anything about her background. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. L Essence, Nicole Westmoreland. She was brought in at the last minute, and I can't imagine it not being for that purpose. But y'all know I'm just speculating. I don't know. I don't know these people. Let's see if we got anything else. So then the government said any other use of candle wax. And then Cassie said a few times pour it on my body. So then the government said, who set the temperature of the room? Cassie said, Sean, I was expected to do freak offs on my period. So they asked who set the temperature of the room. She responded, Sean, and then she let them know I was expected to do freak offs on my period. Did you want to do that? No. You see what I'm saying? Like they'll ask her questions and she gonna add more information as it comes to her that makes it just so we can paint it, so they can paint a picture of how bad this was. That's what she said. I'm just, yeah. So then the government said, did you want to be urinated on? Objection! I knew that objection was coming. So did you want to be urinated on? They said, objection. Just like grounds. Asked and answered, overruled. Yeah, I don't think that was asked and answered. I think they just don't like this line of question. I'm with you, Judge. That should have been overruled. Asked and answered. So then Cassie said, no, I did not want it. The government said, how did you feel? Cassie said it was disgusting. It was too much. No one could think I wanted it. So that's what they're trying to say. Like, even though she seemed like she consented to it, the thought of someone peeing on you for an average person that's nasty. So no one should think that it's okay. He should have known, he should have read her mind, and he should have known that she wouldn't want anybody to pee on her, even though she consented to it. But if you've lived long enough, you understand this was not the first time we've heard of someone peeing on anybody. Like, some people really do this as a part of their situation, and I guess they must get something out of it, because there are some women that do like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like her saying I didn't like it, and he should have known I didn't like it, because everyone should think it's disgusting. Well, that's your lens that everybody would think that's disgusting. There are some people that like it. So then she said it was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. So she choked. So it must have been in her mouth, right? If she choked. So then the government says, why were you choking? See, I didn't even read this. She said, too much urine in my mouth. So then the government said, who else urinated on you? She said, Sean. I hope these kids are not in here. I'm with y'all. This is a bit much. This is almost too much for me. Then the government said, did you want Sean to urinate on you? She said, I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. The government said, how often did it happen? She said, often enough. My God, today. So what I will say is I've never heard of anybody urinating. I ain't saying that I'm just the expert in the area, but as far as someone doing it on, like peeing on you, I've heard of that. But in your mouth, that just seems so nasty. Like, what? Oh, God. I mean, it all seems nasty, but I'm just saying like that. I can't say that I've ever heard of peeing in your mouth, but I'm saved and sanctified, so that's why I might not have heard of it. You said, Lord have mercy. That's from Erica Holloway. Donnell said, not one child should be in the courtroom, not a nan one. No. And her husband is a strong one if he in there trying to, if he listening to it. She didn't. Rock Chick says she didn't get an infection in her mouth. I don't know. They're one thing they're not going to do is talk about medical issues and all of that. They're not doing that, I think, on both sides. So Jesus. That's just diabolical. That's from Unicorn Jim. Rock and Robin said Cassie's test. Well, we knew it would be. Now we read that complaint, and it was very detailed and very explosive. Rock and Robin. PA said her husband a freaky deaky too. How you know, PA? How you know? You said now some stupid is gonna try this sick act. That's from early morning vibes, right? All right, come back in 5 minutes. It's okay. Window 11 said no freaking way. Remember when she tried to leave or had refused to participate? She was beaten and put in a hotel room to heal. Yeah, I heard that too. I think they talked about that in the opening. Ooh, oh my gosh, you are definitely a Diddy supporter. I'm trying to understand, are you Diddy's cousin? You his brother? Like, who are you? Because you going hard in the paint on Diddy with Diddy. Are you the one that came in the courtroom with the free Diddy shirt? Was that you? I wonder, do his daughters respect him? I don't know if they will after this. That's a good question. Joe Ford said, "Not her husband getting all the good loving." Well, if he was used to this, then that means probably after her, he had other women that probably did the same thing. Because y'all think he just stopped in 2018 after her, and this was something he did on a weekly basis? Mm, mm, mm. All right. I'm gonna have to go get my charger in a minute. I thought I was just gonna be down here and kick it with you guys for a few minutes, and then I got into these tweets, and they got good to me, and I done ignore every phone call, and I done ignore every email, but I'll get back to them eventually. What is this? All right. Let's see. So then she said, the government said which hotel charged the most for damage to the room? Cassie said the Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. So then the government said back to the urination. Let's get back to the urination. Because I know that the jury must have made faces like, oh, that's disgusting. Because they said, let's get back to the urination. The judge said, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. All right. Like, let's not overdo it. The judge said, and then the government said, why didn't you say no? So then the Cassie said it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. So she never said no to it. She's basically arguing that they should have known that no person would want to be peed on. So then the government says, "Where did you find the escorts?" She said, "Initially Craigslist." And then the judge went on break. So we are currently on break right now. How did she make it obvious? Right? Maria Amor. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go get my charger while they're on break. Yeah, because I think she's talking about that Sean did it too. So maybe he did that as well at one of the events, along with one of the freak offs. I don't want to say events like we at a basketball game, but one of the freak offs, and then um the escort did it as well. So this will be a good time. You guys want to go get a drink? Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to the channel. We are just talking about Cassie's testimony. We are watching the live tweets so we can feel like we are in the courtroom, because all of us just does not we all can't get off of work. We all did not have the money to go try to stay in a hotel in New York or get an Airbnb for 8 weeks. We can't stop working for 8 weeks. And then we don't want to stand outside overnight to get a spot. Yes, you heard me. People were in line the night before to make sure that they can get a spot in the courtroom. And then there are people that are charging to be a line holder. They're making this into they're making this into a job to hold the line. So yeah. So they do go till 5 o'clock, just to let you guys know. I think it's about 5 o'clock, but yeah, you're not you're not gonna stand in line, you sure? Yeah, they coming through. That's what I said. I'm gonna have to make sure I hit the bucket and get my donation, because they came through. Yes, it is the money, but it could also be a money gobbler because you're in New York. New York is just an expensive spot. And I was there for, how long was Whitehead? It was like a week, maybe. Then I came back a couple of more times, but I had that on my calendar. When I got his date, I was like, can't do it. And then I did it. I think I cleared my calendar for 2 weeks to make sure it wasn't going to be any problems, just in case they went over the days that they said that it was going to be. Okay, that was serious for me, because that man, we were like YouTube beefers. We beefed the whole time. Okay. And so I wanted to be the last person he saw when he was found guilty. And Ubers, yeah, Ubers and Lyft. I heard a lot of taxi drivers, a lot of people are actually like charging more, it sounds like, to transport people. Yeah. Yep, that was part of the R. Kelly situation too. All right, y'all. So what I'm going to do is grab my charger right quick. Should take about 2 minutes, because I was not prepared to be on this long. But I'm going to be on. I'm in it now. I'm in it to win it. All right. So let me get this charger. You all be nice to each other while I'm gone, all right? Because we don't have any referees right now. I'm the referee. And I'll be right back, okay? Hold on. another bottle over by the window so I can get sun. Yes, because the sun produces food. Y'all still here? Okay. All right. Okay. Oh my goodness. What? I think she was into it. Young Miami is fine. Tweeted that Gina was made to please her if Diddy told her. What? Simply, Cindy, what are you guys talking about right now? Oh, I'm just a male victim advocate, justice for the male hookers, all that trauma they went through. Okay. All right. We listen and we don't judge. Loso, the majestic beast. We listen and we don't judge. Thank you so much, Black Rose, for the super chat. Said thank you, Pam. That's not a lot to read. Urban Max said it sounds like Cassie is trying to lightweight save Diddy. You think so? That's what you got from that? Thank you, Muffin. I didn't get that from. I think she's at the reason why I somewhat disagree with that statement is because I think she's adding a lot of details that don't necessarily have to be added. So she's also trying to make sure she adds the shock factor. So the whole urinating, she said, because I was choking. She said, yeah, I choked. Like, what you choking for? Because all the urine that was in my mouth. Like that is very, very detailed. So I think if she was trying to save them, she wouldn't be so detailed about it. She would just say as less as possible. So I don't think so. Simply Cindy said a few years ago, Young Miami was beefing online with Gina, which is Diddy's other side chick. I can't keep up. She revealed that in a tweet trying to bring Gina down a peg. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Sonia, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Mm. Oh my God. I think she's being honest and not exaggerating or being extra. That's from Rockin' Robin. I think she's trying to paint a picture, and I think she was told to be detailed. That doesn't necessarily, just because you're being detailed doesn't mean that you're not telling the truth. Nobody's inferring that. But I'm saying she's being very, very detailed. Everyone doesn't necessarily talk like that. You have to pull a lot of that out of people. You don't have to pull anything out of her. She's giving information, even when she's asked a yes or a no question. If she can add something terrible that she remembers Diddy did, she's bringing it up. But as you guys notice as well, just like with the urination, the government has to explain how, well, trying to explain to the jury through her testimony, because she never said no, apparently, to the whole urination situation. So she says Her only explanation is everyone should know that nobody wants to be peed on. So you should have known it. So she's basically admitted that she didn't tell them no. She didn't tell them to stop. So what they're doing is, like I said, they're trying to get in front of it to make sure. So when they come back and say, you never said no, they keep saying it was consensual. So now, because it does look consensual, probably in some of the text and some of the videos and all of the stuff that they see, the government has to show there is no way any person that was in their right mind would consent to some of this stuff. So even though the outer appearance seems like she enjoyed it, she said okay, she came on her own volition, she called people because she knew that it was something he wanted, because she testified that she didn't want to do it anymore, but she was scared that he would do it with somebody else. So she didn't want him to do it with somebody else. So that's why she was willing to do that. It's a lot. And I'm sure depending on how detailed she was in that book. I don't know how detailed she was. Maybe he already seen the memoir. Simply Cindy said, but she was on drugs and high. It may appear consensual, but she took drugs to get through it, as a lot of people do in sex work. That is true. So maybe that's going to be their argument. A lot of people got high and stuff just so they can get through it on the sex. But this is a lot in this case. It's just a lot going on. Leisha said abuse victims know what happens to them when they tell their abuser no, so they're always trying to manage the reactions, emotions of the abuser. Okay. Okay, let me see if they're back from break. Let's see. You guys have some very insightful opinions. Let's see. I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else as of right now, so we'll just wait patiently and see what comes up next. Child, they back. Academics is back. Trying to show Meg Thee Stallion the video of her allegedly showing her stepping on glass. So if you guys don't know, I cover Tory Lanez as well, and I was actually in California. I probably was one of the most unbiased person because I didn't know who Tory was before this, and I knew one song from Meg Thee Stallion. And my son, of course, my kids are younger, obviously another generation. And so my kids had to tell me who they were. So I was like, okay. So that was one of the first, well, it was the first, like, in court trial appearance. In court trial appearances or whatnot. And a lot of people in that case were either you loved Meg, like she definitely had abuse advocacy groups and stuff that were out there. And then you also had the people that it didn't matter what they heard in trial was Tory and everybody lying. And they're still like that. They like free Tory till it's backwards. Well, if you guys don't know, of course, he got convicted. And yesterday it was reported that he actually got shanked up while he was in prison. So yes, a lot going on. Let's see. So this will probably be like their final break, and they'll let her. Um, I'm old. Early morning vibes. Don't you ain't heard shanked in a while? That part said I wonder where Cassie parents were and whether they were supporting her now. Um, I believe Cassie's parents were around. I don't think she had parents like she ran away and just went away from her. I don't think that's her story. I know she has a brother that was around because a couple of the videos I saw where she did interviews for some of the movies she was in, her brother was like there with her. So how much her family knows, it sounds like she probably kept the freak offs a secret, but who really just start sitting down and kicking it with their parents about what they do in the bedroom. But the abuse portion of it, be curious to know, like if her family knew it's and her having brothers, if they knew that she was being abused like that. Yeah. I found a place. Hold on one second. I gotta talk to one of my clients. Why you always laugh when I say that was funny? Early morning vibes, huh? You want to hear Mace testify? When Mace walked away, I knew the industry was trash. I was like, Mace, how you in your prime? Sasha says she was a young adult swept into a whirlwind of charming monsters. Not many people her age are exactly rational minded about what love is. She was not consenting. She was afraid to lose him. Well, what was she actually losing though? If you're getting treated that bad where somebody's defiling your body, what are you losing? But I don't even think it has to be a young person. I think a lot of people, it's people in their 30s and 40s that stay in relationships they shouldn't be in. I cover Shirley Strawberry over here. She was 70, she just turned 70. I mean, I ain't saying she was abused or none of that I know of, but I think that, obviously her husband wasn't the best of husbands. I mean, we all have had situations at different ages of which we've many people have not been the brightest. All right. But I get what you're saying. When you're younger, you're navigating through and you don't know. Mm. She valued him and put him on a pedestal. He obviously thought she was a disposable toy. Sasha, yep. And you know what? So let's just for 2 minutes think about from Diddy's perspective. And I think I said this earlier. Do you guys really believe that Diddy thought if he was not who he was? Because they talked about Diddy's work ethic. He took the trains to Uptown to intern. He really seen a future of him being this multimillionaire in the music industry. From what I understand, he got a little bullied when he was a kid. He got his little bike stolen. So he was that kid that was bullied, and a lot of bullied people become bullies, and they always want to have this exert power because they living in their childhood trauma. Do you think that he does not know because he's been a person that was a nobody that nobody knew? Everybody somebody, but y'all get what I'm saying. He was in a position where he wasn't Diddy. He wasn't, you know who I am, like he told Cassie, Puffy. And he probably didn't have nobody checking for him like that. So do you think that he doesn't know that 90% of these people wouldn't even mess with him if he wasn't who he was? If he lost everything, like it seems like just happened with him being in jail like that, he said, nope. What the kids do? How you guys are not, if you were okay with Diddy and you weren't beefing, why wouldn't you check on his kids at minimum? You telling me people didn't even check on them? We ain't never heard nothing bad about them twin girls. So, and they're minors. They were still in high school. So we just not going to do that. You think that man doesn't know that a lot of these women are using him because of who he is and what he can give? And I think because he knew that, he was in it for selfish reasons with a lot of women. I'm going to get what I can from you. And a lot of them showed that they're willing to do anything to be in his presence by staying with him while he was initiating stuff like freak offs, while he was smacking people upside the head and all of that stuff. He tried to show what people are willing to do just to be with him because of the power he fought so hard to have. And I honestly believe he probably has a woman hating type spirit. I don't know his relationship with his mom, but he may have issues with women, period. People that have issues with women and don't respect women, they're not just going to grow up and grow out of it. You got to get help for that. So it's so many moving parts when it comes to him. I just always, he felt like he had anger issues, and I did not like the cheesecake situation. I felt like, because even though that wasn't to this extreme of freak offs and what people are willing to do to please you, they showed they're willing to go on foot and walk across a bridge when all you got to do is catch a cab or whatever. He got plenty of cars. He showed the world people are so willing and thirsty to go get a contract or to be famous or show their talent that they are willing to walk for hours to go get a cheesecake. He showed who he was. He's always showed who he was, in my opinion. People are willing. Somebody told him, when you got money and power, people will do whatever you want them to do. So his deepest fantasy that someone else probably would not do, he knew he can get somebody to do it, because there's always somebody that's willing to do anything for somebody with money and power. So that's that. You know what? He is a woman hater because he knows these women would not be with him if he was a regular Joe Blow. He's mean and bitter. I agree with that. Like, I think, just like now, like you get on the phone with Kanye and say, man, ain't nobody, you the only one checked on my kids, and trying to act shocked. You wasn't really shocked. You knew your relationships were conditional. Your relationship was conditional on what you can do for people, whether it be you be in their circle. That man yesterday testified that there were times he provided his sexual services for free because he liked being in the company of this circle. Conditional and transactional. That's and to think that he didn't know that don't make it right. It doesn't excuse it or any of that. But I'm saying, in the back of his mind, he continuously proved, as small as people look at the cheesecake thing, my mind went to, he's proven to everybody, I can get anybody to do anything I want them to do at any time that I want them to do it. That's what that showed to me, and I didn't like it ever since then. Because no, I'm not gonna, for you to produce my album, you ain't getting no booty for you to produce my album. It's not happening. You have to have boundaries with people like that, because we don't know what he did to get to the power he got. We don't know what he compromised to get to the power that he got, to be the Puffy we know. Unless he gets on that stand, gets his Kleenex, and get the using this jury, like they are a freaking therapy session and say, such and such did this for me to get here. Andre Harrell, da 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 da. And I'm not saying that he did, may he rest in peace. But I'm just saying, until he gets in there and he gets people to know who Diddy is, he has to humanize himself. He got to sit there and turn somehow to almost like the victim victimizing people and how women used him or whatever. Because one of them documentaries, like I said, his childhood friend said Diddy got bullied. And at one point they got tired of them taking this boy's bike. And that's what he act like. Someone who got bullied, who was destined to say, I'm going to be fine and I'm going to be great and I'm going to be in a position where I get all the women I want and they're going to do what I want them to do. Because I didn't get picked for the kickball in recess. No one asked me to the Sadie Hawkins dance. I was so awkward. They didn't like, because he didn't even he went away to college. So all his younger years, that may be why he decided to date somebody as young as Cassie. All of his younger years, you trying to grind and grind and grind so you can be in a position for which people will like you. And then once you get in that position, you treated people just how they treated you when you was younger. So yeah. All right, let's see. See where we at? All right, we're back on the docket. The government said, Miss Ventura, in what cities do you respond to ads on Craigslist? She said, in New York. So then the government said, well, did you respond to ads on Backpage? She said, yes. Then the government said, who directed you to communicate with escorts? Defense said, objection. The government said, who, if anyone? Defense said, same objection, assumes a fact not in the evidence. That is true. That does assume facts not into evidence. And then the government said, did you ever reach out to escorts independently? She said, no. So they rephrased the question. So the way the government said this was, who directed you to communicate with escorts? That would assume that there is something already in evidence that shows that she was directed to communicate with escorts, which has not been in evidence. So that assumes facts not into evidence. You have to make the assumption that someone directed her in order to make that statement. So the government rephrased and just made sure that it wasn't rephrased their question after the objection to ask her, did you ever reach out to escorts independently? So she said no. So now it can be the assumption. Now basically you can ask the question on, well, who is the one that told you to reach out to escorts? And then she can say who it is. But before, the way the question was worded, it sounds like it already was information that she ain't the one that reached out. But now she's established that it wasn't her. That was a quick evidence lesson for you guys. Okay. Then the government said, did you ever not use an escort who arrived? Cassie said, one couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. So then the government said, what was a safe escort? And then Cassie said, not a cop, and someone who'd not run and tell everyone about their experiences with us. So then the government said, well, why not a cop? And Cassie said, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Objection! So she's basically saying, oh, this is interesting. So she's saying, basically, he knew what he was doing was not legal. So he told her, we can have people come in for our freak offs, but they can't be cops. So now she's saying she later learned, probably after all of this stuff and him being indicted, that what was happening wasn't legal. So of course they object, which was the right thing to do. And the judge said jury will disregard that last answer. Yeah, because that was inappropriate. Then the government said, how did cash get there? And the judge said, I don't think that was the judge. I think it was Cassie. I think they put the wrong name. Cassie said security or he brought it himself. So that's how the Cassie got. So basically, remember, if you guys heard testimony from the escort yesterday, he said Cassie handed him the money. So now what the government is establishing is, even though she handed him the money did not come from her. Either the security, which would again bring someone into this, because if the security brought you the money, then security is a part of this whole enterprise. Or Combs did it himself. So I guess Cassie said, if I'm going to tell them, I'm going to tell it all. That's from Simply Cindy. Elite Leo said yesterday, Armand said that the escort who testified yesterday said that they were asking for his medical paperwork but wouldn't show Cassie's. Well, he still slept with him, so that's crazy. If you make sure you're clean, but then you don't make sure somebody else is before you do it. So, and Max said you supposed to leave the money in the envelope on the nightstand. Well, it sounded like they had a whole show going on, and some of them, she said, lasted 2 and 3 days. So she didn't have money that Diddy didn't allow her to have. So my understanding was that she had a nice allowance. Like, I ain't talking about 20,000-30,000. Like, she had a nice allowance every month. So maybe that's, I don't know. I'm speculating. Do the feds got to show that Diddy himself made a profit to prove the charges? Well, no. I think what they're trying, it's not about that. With the enterprise, they are saying, like, everyone, there was racketeering, and that's an interesting question on the racketeering. I was thinking of trafficking. No, I don't think so. No. The short answer. Trailer thank you for the super chat. You said, remember he hit the lady who choreographed for him with a chair. Yeah, Lori Ann Gibson. And they're cool again, I think. I think they ended up a couple of years ago together. You know, Diddy went on this whole almost apology tour where he was trying to make it right with everyone. So yeah, he was trying to right his wrongs, it sounds like. Thank you so much for the super chat. Lisa said 2 to 3 days. I thought I was going hard with 2 to 3 hours. They changed the whole bar, didn't they? She said the longest freak off was 4 days. Yeah, they done raised the bar, sis. You got to get to working out. 2 to 3 hours don't be kicking it no more, apparently. Yeah, I think Call Me Darling, I think he knew all this was coming too. When he started on this, I'm changing my name to Love. And he actually put in the papers in California to try to change his name to Brother Love. I don't think he may have went through with it. Then his last baby, he said he had her name is Love. So yeah, he really tried to rebrand himself. That's true. So how does anyone know if medical papers were real? There's no way they were testing everybody. That's a good question. I don't know, because I don't know if they had those portals like they have now. You can look on portals and check. You said she worked for those money. I called it wages over allowance. Yeah, she said once a week. She said she didn't have time to do anything. Remember when he attacked the UCLA coach? That was was it over Christian or something? Christian or LB Shore's son, one of them. Yep, I remember that too. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's what they said, Sasha. You said that's those hyper. Yeah, she said she would be up for days. So she wasn't like that just on her own volition. She had some medical prescriptive help for that. So let's see. This is just so interesting. I don't see anything else yet. And that was like 6 minutes ago. Thank you, Sherry, for the Cash App. I appreciate it, sis. I guess they like, girl, if you don't stop refreshing this. Let me see. This the whole Mark Garagos thing. See, he's still posting other stuff and pictures. He be out here working, man. Because remember, Mark Garagos, there was a situation because he's on the Angry Man podcast with Harvey from TMZ, and he called the prosecutors a 6-pack of white women, and the judge ripped him up. Was like, I'm going to be watching this podcast, and if I see anything remotely that looks like you are disparaging, we going to have a problem. I'm going to be listening to this podcast. It's like that. All right, let me try to get back to this. Everybody retweeting this. Let me see. I don't see anything. Nope. Trying to see if I missed something. Yeah, he called them. He said they got a 6-pack of white women. The judge was not happy. The judge was like, "You better not never say nothing like that ever again." Let me see. This cross is about to be crazy. They probably aren't going to cross her until tomorrow. Okay, so here's another one out here. Let me double check. Hopefully it'll come up back on here. Okay, so then the next part says Ventura, judge, security, or he brought it himself. Oh, okay. So why not a cop? Then Cassie said, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Defense, of course, objection. Judge said jury will disregard the last answer. The government said, how did Cash get there? Security, or he brought it himself. Then the judge, I guess, asked her security or he brought it himself. So sometimes the judge will ask them to clarify the question, because if you're in a courtroom, you'll see the judge has their pen and their paper, and they write notes too, and they write everything down as well. So if they need you to repeat the answer so that they can write in their notes, they'll do that as well. So that's what it sounds like may have happened. The government said the escort Dave, do you know his real name? And Cassie said Clayton Howard. So the government said, who is this? And shows a photo of the witness, and Cassie says Daniel. And then the government said, what service did you use? And Cassie said a dancer service. Yeah, it was very interesting testimony. As much as Sonya fiends for attention, she's gonna be jealous that all focus is now. Okay, you know what, Miss Lady? She read on CNN that security did bring money. That's from L Essence. Can't do anything until these people speak up. These are all allegations, just like him unaliving Kim, Biggie, Tupac, and others. Easy to believe what there needs to be proved. Yeah, and that's why I say it's cool, like to lean on. That's what the scales of justice is, right? You put evidence on this side and put evidence on this side, and you see where it's leaning. And so I think it's cool, it's okay because we're human beings to have emotions in it. But when it comes to the law and you talk about jury of your peers, sometimes you have to, I think people need to be trained more to be jurors. And it's not being, it's just too many wrongful convictions. So you do have to be trained for it so you can make sure it's both sides. So that's why I said we can all agree he sucked as a person, but we want to know if the government proved each and every element of each of his indictment charges. We know he had probable cause because the grand jury brought back an indictment. So there was some evidence that a crime was committed and that he did it. But now, the running joke for decades is you can indict a ham sandwich. So it's like now you got to prove from the lowest bar to the very highest bar beyond a reasonable doubt. So do you have that to actually satisfy each element, especially when you're talking about putting somebody in prison for the rest of their life? Because whatever they offered him, clearly it was a lot of years and he probably had to plead guilty to everything. And so it was more beneficial in his mind. I might as well roll the dice. Yes, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. A lot of people you can say, but I just know it happened because I was there. But if you don't have evidence to back it up and they got something more persuasive, or somebody comes with an alibi witness or something like that, then it's what you can prove. And see, even if you go into the OJ era, it just was not all of this social media like this. And I think it plays a crucial role where now attorneys, just like with Garagos, they're in a conundrum because it's like now attorneys do use publicity and they care about public opinion. Before it used to be that you wasn't supposed to talk about it, and there's still some rules of professional responsibility when it comes to publicity and what you can and cannot say. But the AUSAs, when you have them coming out with press conferences, they had to make it fair that attorneys can come and try to combat it. Because why doesn't it not look like, even though it's just an allegation and you showing pictures of baby oil and guns and drugs and all of that, like why can't I come and combat that with the information that I have? So it's a balancing act. But I also feel like in this case, his team originally, I ain't gonna say his team because I only seen Agnifilo is the only one that I've seen really talk. For him to sit down and do a documentary is still beyond me. He literally sat down with like TMZ. I think they had a Tubi documentary. I haven't seen it. I've seen clips. And you actually sat down on an ongoing case and did an interview. I don't even understand that. But they feel like because he's a public figure, it's important for them to address the public. So there's that. Okay, so then the government says, do you recognize Jules? And Cassie said yes. So then the government says, in what cities did you have freak offs with Jules? So they're pulling out different folks, y'all. They're just pulling out pictures and asking her, does she remember them and remember their names? So Cassie said in New York, LA, and Vegas. Do you know his last name? Cassie said no. So look, they're asking her what cities, because now we're crossing lines, right? The Mann Act. So now we're crossing lines, going to all these different places. New York, LA, Vegas, those are the cities, obviously in different states. And she ain't even know his last name. So to try to pull away from there was some familiarity with these people. No, they were hired to do a job, and that was that. And they went to different states to do it. So then they put up another one. Who is this? She said, I knew him as the Punisher. So that's going to be interesting to see why she called him the Punisher. That should be the next tweet. Maybe Puff wants to expose everything while obtaining empathy from the public eye. Maybe. The first episode was Sunday night too. An episode is Thursday night on Tubi. We're going to see what the Punisher means in a minute. This is crazy. So Peachy Bama said, what is his role? He actually cross-examined the security guard, I think, yesterday. So he's just another attorney on there. He obviously Diddy probably watched him and what he was able to do at YSL. Brian Steele is very methodical, and he seems like he has a great motion practice. And when you look at Brian Steele's background, he is a person that creates law, meaning he appeals stuff. So if he does not like what happens in the lower court, he appeals it. So interestingly enough, when he did the YSL trial, when Thug pled guilty and no contest, I think, to a couple of the charges, the next day he was in front of the Georgia Supreme Court to argue. So he has various appellate cases. He's decided himself for certain propositions because he's been able to create law within the courts. So I do think he's a good attorney. I think he's a good attorney, and they seen what he did for Thug with all of them charges, including unaliving and all of that. And at minimum, still, even though Thug pled, Thug went in there with a non-negotiated plea, meaning he just pled to everything and left it up to the judge. But what Steele did was he muddied the water so much where he was asking for mistrials. He was willing to go to jail for his client, right? Because he wasn't going to break confidentiality. He literally had the whole bar, dang near defense bar, on his side, waiting to represent him. I mean, he really showed his zealous advocacy as an attorney. And so I think anybody would be grateful if they're able to get him on their team. I'm curious to know what that bill is, because that means he left most his practice in Georgia to come down here for 6 weeks or 8 weeks. So you got to pay for wherever he's staying at. You paying for his dinner. You paying for his hourly rate. You're doing all that. And then Nicole Westmoreland, she represented another person in the YSL, and she was very methodical with her cross. So if my opinion would be to use her as the person that crosses Cassie. So you said 5K an hour, child. Listen, your trial hourly rate is usually different than your regular hourly rate. And I know, like, Alex Spiro, when he did Alex Baldwin's case, I think he charged $2,000 an hour. So they actually talked about what he made in People magazine. So then the government said, did you use drugs at every freak off? She said, yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless. So then the government said, who else used drugs at freak offs? She said Sean did, sometimes the escort. The government said, what other drugs did you use? She said Special K, GHB, mushrooms. My goodness, she was high. So all of them were high, is what it sounds like. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Mm-hmm. who can do this. I don't know. That's what I was saying earlier, that a lot of strippers, they do the same thing. Cause you almost have like your alter ego, I guess. You have an alter ego, and you need to do this in order to be able to perform and to have the confidence to like totally, the ones that dance naked in front of people. They have to have a level of confidence. So a lot of people drink before they do it, or they get high, and they'll tell you that. Los Brown said he's not guilty. Okay. Lisa said all depressants. How did she survive? No. Yeah, she was high. She was high, high. High, high. All right. Well, you have a great day at work, early morning vibes. We thank God that you have a job in this climate. So you go ahead and you be the best worker that you can be over there at your job. And we'll see you next time. Queen Brielle said it's only been 2 days and we have 8 weeks to go to prove a RICO case. Yeah. Aquarius says Special K. That's it. I don't even know what Special K is either. Let me see. What's the drug Special K? I was gonna skip over that because I don't want to always look like I'm green and I don't understand stuff. Definition of Special K. Special K. Drug. Special K is a street name for the drug ketamine. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic with hallucinogenic effects. It is a controlled substance in the United States classified as a Schedule III drug under the Controlled Substance Act. The medical use is ketamine has approved medical uses as an anesthetic for both humans and animals. It is used for procedures that don't require skeletal muscle relaxation and can be used as a pre-anesthetic for inducing general anesthesia. In recent years, it's also being studied and used off label, not FDA approved, for conditions like treatment resistant depression, chronic pain management, and potentially for other psychiatric conditions. So, recreational use and misuse. Ketamine is also abused recreationally for its hallucinogenic and dissociative effects. It's often found in nightlife and club settings. These are the risks. Ketamine use, especially when misused or taken without medical supervision, carries significant risks, including respiratory depression, like slow breathing, increased heart rate and blood pressure, loss of coordination, nausea and vomiting, and potential for bladder and kidney damages. The psychological risks are hallucinations, confusions, disorientations, anxiety, paranoia, and risk of developing dependence or addiction. Overdose. Ketamine overdose can cause severe symptoms like slow breathing, unconsciousness, seizures, and even death. K-hole. High doses can lead to a state of profound detachment known as the K-hole, which can be a very unpleasant and frightening experience. Oh, all righty. That sounds scary as hell. I didn't even go lie. Like, what? Going to a K-hole. Mm. Matthew Perry. Okay, that's where I heard it from. Well, I heard ketamine. They didn't call it Special K. So, and didn't they like prosecute some people on the Matthew Perry case? Hmm? He always looked like he was on drugs. He had a dead stare and his eyes were lifeless. I agree with that, Call Me Darling. I used to be like, you can tell a lot about people by their eyes, and he did seem like he just was not there. Okay. Let's see what we get. Mm, 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 mm. Yes. Hold on, we got another tweet. Hold on 1 second. Let me go check on my child. I'll be right back. All right, you all still here? All right. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Okay. So then it has. The government says, I'll read Sean's part of this email. You read yours. So Cassie said, quote, when should I take the thing? When will you be there? So then the government said, pausing you there. What did you mean? Cassie said, drugs. So then she reads Sean's part. This is the government reading Sean's part of the email. He said, I took mine. I'm flying. So then the government said, what does he mean? And she said, he's high. So now they're going emails, I guess, where they discuss the drugs that were being taken. Is what's happening right now. You can walk in many clinics and get ketamine therapy. Oh, really? Sasha said, Lord have mercy, that poor girl. Just imagine the mental and physical detoxing she has had to do. So apparently there were times of which they both went to rehab. So I'm going to be interested to see like when they went to rehab, because she said for years they had freak offs every week. But it sounds like if she had to go to rehab, if she went to rehab, and basically this addiction, a lot of it sounds like it was to get through this and to cope, is what she's testifying to. So if she goes to rehab and he goes to rehab, but this is what they need to do this, wouldn't the natural, I guess, deduction would be we don't need to do this anymore because I'm not taking any drugs and this is what I use to cope. So there were more than one time I think his team said that she was in rehab. So I'm just going to be interested. I'm sure a lot of that is going to come up in cross. Yanni Apple said, child, please. She could have gone home to her parents. She wanted that lifestyle. Sasha said after she left, not with him. Lynn said, are her children okay? I assume so. She keep having them. Métis said Lisa, that was what she was on for pain relief, and the hospital said she was faking and took her from her parents who were advocating for her to get it. Her mom unalived her. Okay, you got to talk about a whole nother story. Okay, let's keep it real sad. Speaking from an experience, RN of 17 years, ketamine is mostly given in the OR and ICU. It's illegal on the streets. So Diddy had to have known a physician and or pharmacist that he was paying to get. Oh my. Yes, he Stewart. That's what we're talking about. Ketamine, the drug that unalived the Friend star Matthew Perry. Yeah. And his doctor, I guess, maybe was prescribing it or something because it was like some indictments went down for that. You said he got a prescription for that. I'm be light on our stat president. I ain't gonna say nothing. You know, certain names you can't say. You mess around and you get shut down. So I ain't gonna talk about our stat president right now. Damn paramedics use ketamine. Elijah McClain in Colorado. Oh my goodness. My sons, I may have missed it, but what does these freak offs have to do with the criminal charges? Sounds like people are willing to pay participants. So what they're saying is that it's they're connecting it to trafficking. So what they're trying to do is say, even though she was a willing participant, in theory, she couldn't be a willing participant because one, he was much older than her. Secondly, she was on drugs. In her mind, they should have known that she ain't like to be urinated on. At some point, she said she didn't want to do them anymore. Then she backpedaled and changed her mind, decided to participate again, mainly according to her testimony. She didn't want him to do it with anybody else. So she knew if she stopped in her mind, he was still going to do it with somebody else. So she was willing to go ahead and do that to make him happy. So they're trying to turn this into money being exchanged, crossing state lines. That's trafficking under the Mann Act. That's what they're basically getting to. Uh yeah. So when people get on there and say they got paid, and she basically is testifying that everyone got paid something. And yeah, and part of that they were saying, I think, like, they may have tried to use the strippers to say they didn't pay them for X. Remember, the stripper who turned into being a part of these freak offs, he said he came thinking he was supposed to dance for a bachelorette party. And that once she got there, said, well, let me tell you what this is. It isn't a bachelorette party, but I need you. We're gonna put oil on each other. And if you end up liking it after we decide to put oil on each other, then we can do more. It's up to you. We're gonna go as far as you go. So it sounds like the wording was in such of a way that you weren't really getting paid for the actual part of it. You were getting paid as your stripper or whatever. And then if you wanted to go further, you could. So it's very interesting how this stuff, or how he's trying to present this. Almost seems like a lot of the stuff was organized in a way so if it ever turned into a legal issue, he can raise these type of arguments and say, listen, we never paid him for sex. We never paid him. So then the government said, why did you take more drugs? And Cassie said to not be present with the experience. The government said, why? And Cassie said, because it was something I hated. So then the government said, how did you react to ecstasy and MDMA? And Cassie said, it could make me vomit. And then the government said, and what would he say? And she would say, to continue. Then the government said, did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit? She said no. So they're trying to show that even when she was sick and she didn't want to do this, he still forced her to do it. She didn't want to do it anymore. but she was forced to do it. Now, I don't see her saying that she told him to stop, that she said she didn't want to do it. So they asked her, did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit? And she said no. They didn't specifically ask, did you tell him that you didn't want to do it because you wanted to vomit? So I think that was methodically phrased so you can hear what you want to hear. So some people are probably hearing she told them she didn't want to do it because it made her vomit, when really in theory what the government asked her is, did you want to continue with it? They didn't say that you told them no or whatever. Or maybe this is a situation like with the urination, that there is an assumption that nobody wants to be peed on. There's an assumption if someone is feeling like drugs is making them vomit, they wouldn't want to continue to have relations. So then the government said, how does GHB make you feel? She says, drunk and tipsy. What about cocaine? She said, makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan. What about shrooms? She said the walls come alive. So now they're going through how she's basically taking all of these drugs so she cannot be in a mind to really consent to what is happening. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I think I missed a super chat. Urban Max said Diddy's sexual practices are outrageous, but were very common in the rave party scene of the early 2000s. Ecstasy and Special K were the drugs of choice. Thank you so much, Urban Max, for another super chat. And again, you have to, that's probably the same argument that Bill Cosby used, but it didn't really work for him. Bill Cosby, when they had the Quaaludes, remember he in a deposition acknowledged I took Quaaludes, they took Quaaludes, we put them in their drinks. This is what we did back then. So it was a comment. It was to the point where there were little clips people found of almost an admission of it happening, because that was a part of their party scene, and he still ended up getting convicted, which was later overturned on different grounds or whatnot. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yanni says, so many of us have been in the grips of an abuser. I think the case is foolishness. Jay said, that's crazy, because she said she decided to stay to keep him. Sounds like she should be locked up too. I don't know. Hey, Ike. One of the best attorneys over there in New York. Good to see you, Ike. I gotta have you on, sis. See what you think about the Diddy madness. You guys are fighting over the abuse, and let me see. Yanni. I keep picking your name up. I appreciate your contribution to the chat. I'm trying to mix it up a little bit. You think Diddy taking a stand? I believe so, but we'll see, huh? You don't think she was properly prepped? That's from Lynn P. Well, did you just call him Bill Cosby? You know he's struggling financially now. I think they said allegedly, because I don't know these people. So I heard this on the internet. He had to sell his home, his brownstone. Aaliyah said, ain't Diddy finna use the same excuse that he was impaired? He's using it as well, from my understanding, according to his team that have given us way too much information about their defense. Oh man, me neither, Amazing Grace. That was a lot. Why don't they ask her about her celebrities involved, if any? We just getting started. She just took the stand this morning. They went to lunch, and this is the last hour. Yay, Ike. All right, I might come on tomorrow if you're going up there tomorrow. So you can come on. Yes, that is my Ike Speaks. That is my girl. One of the best. She's been on both sides. She's been a prosecutor and she's been a defense as well. But she is a teacher over there at the university for the rules of evidence. You got your evidence question. Ike has it. So far, with the three witnesses, the government has shown the transportation of prostitution, of sex trafficking crossing state lines, which all shows the patterns of the RICO. That's from Queen Brielle. Bonafide baby said, "Yes, I'm a retired PACU nurse, and when the patients came out the door under ketamine, they are a mess." Oh my. No, you don't have to say nothing. I mean, you don't have to say nothing. You don't have to stop talking, Yanni Apple. I was just saying, like, I done click you 50 times. These people are gonna be like, she see my comments. You know how people get, Yanni. They take it personal. And I'm just trying to go through the comments because I read and then I come back to the comments. And so I may miss some. So then it looks like because you comment so much that me and you are just homegirls or something. You know what I'm saying? So I want everybody to feel special over here. You said Ike is the real one, baddest lawyer in NYC. You better know it. Yeah, Ike, you got fans over here, sis. You know your girl hangs with nothing but the best of the best of the best, and she is definitely one of them. They taking another break? Child, we got an hour left. They're about to take a break. I wonder if she maybe started getting emotional or something. So I thought they were gonna go. They just had a break. Yeah, Brian still did cross yesterday. Yeah, she's on Dennis's live all a lot. She has her own, and she's been on other podcasts as well. Right. She said she's pregnant. She probably got used to that. She probably turned to the judge like, cause she see this is why I think because remember at first Diddy's team was like they needed 2 weeks so that they can prepare because there was a superseding indictment. And they're naming, instead of them just being a part of it, they were naming them as alleged victims. And so they wanted 2 weeks. And then when they came back, I guess the court was like, well, you got a week or this specific day so that you can tell me whether you need to have additional time to delay the trial. Where they came with a letter and said they wanted 2 months. So I think honestly, they tried to get that 2 months so Cassie could have that baby and then come on back without that belly because the optics of it all. You got to look at the optics that the jurors are looking at. Outlaw said if she's the star witness, he's going to beat this case. They better have something else. He's nasty, but that's not a RICO case. That's some outlaw JBC. Just me said Diddy isn't getting on the stand. That part said our eyes feel special when Pam reads my comments. See what I'm saying? I don't want nobody to feel unimportant because everyone. I have no favorite people over here. Yeah, I see. Dennis is outside of the courtroom right now. Hmm. They were showing a picture of her. Let me see. See the picture of her. They may be breaking for her due to her pregnancy. Yes, yes. See what the sketch looks like for Cassie. Let's look up that while we wait. Sketch. Ooh, they got her looking real big. Let me show y'all this. My. Let's see. Y'all see that sketch? Diddy trying not to look at her. Look at Diddy like, I can't see you. I can't see you. You can't see me. That's why I said that baby's about to pop out. So if they would have waited 2 months, she probably would have had the baby. That's why I think they tried to postpone it, but they've been very adamant because they trying to get him out of jail. He's been in the detention center. If he was out on bond, they probably wouldn't have rushed this trial. But because he's not out on bond, they were trying to hurry up and get it as soon as possible. And they really believe, obviously, by them rushing this trial and not taking more time, they really believe that their consensual defense is gonna pass the smell test. You said he looking like a grandpa. Yeah, they said he got gray hair and he's wearing the Bill Cosby sweater. Sassy Sue said, I'm your favorite. Everybody's my favorite. And say y'all so crazy laughing at this. Well, look, the judge looks decent, but you gotta look at it. Yeah, you gotta look at it where the sketches, they do multiple sketches. So this is like, and they do them in like 15-20 minutes, because they were doing that at the sketch artist was sitting next to me at the Tory Lanez case, because that was another case where the state court did not allow the cameras in there. I wish that was strange, because people came out saying stuff. I'm like, were we in the same trial? Because I didn't get that. Listen, I'm trying to get one of my kids to go in there and be a sketch artist. I think my 6-year-old might be able to draw just like this. You said the sketch looked crazy. Why they got him looking like a goofy? His hair is white now. He in jail. He can't dye his hair, guys. You guys, they told him he get 5 sweaters. He gets shoes with no shoelaces. He get 5 slacks. Like they said he wore the same outfit like back to back or something last week. He only got so many, y'all. You said he looked like that stuff. Why did people go just to stand outside? Child, I don't know. A lot of people are standing outside for like 9 and 10, getting there at 7 in the morning, and they're trying to get the shots of the people coming in. People are getting certain interviews, like I seen on Dennis's live yesterday, Lisa Bloom. I mean, but that's how I knew she was there. But I haven't seen like Jaguar, right? I didn't see that. They were following Cassie's husband, but he didn't say nothing. He was so unbothered, like whatever. So he didn't say anything. Of course, the kids aren't going to say anything. They just go holding hands in solidarity. So no, it's just I don't know. But people are really trying to be in that courtroom for sure. Trying to be outside, because when one person was like, I got here at 7 o'clock the night before. I was like, That's when I told you guys, listen, I love you guys, but I'm not about that life. I'm not that dedicated, unfortunately. Sasha said, I hope Cassie is laughing at him during the break. All of those years, this old demon was dying his hair and be. You Patty. Sasha, you Patty. Mary J needs to be a witness. You said Miss Wallace working from the grave. Didn't she did Diddy give like give Biggie's publishing back? Do y'all think Diddy has something to do with Biggie Smalls? I don't really know. Okay, let me I know I'm like saying all type of stuff at one time, but on LB Shore, this interview in this book, I don't know why LB Shore is just a goofball to me. I don't know. I'm not feeling LB Shore like that. Like for him to say, I don't put nothing past anybody, but for him to get on there and make some of the accusations that he's making, He just seemed goofy. It's like I think he's basically sabotaging any hopes of a relationship with his son. I think that's what he's doing. And I'm not feeling LB Shore. And I liked LB Shore, but I'm not feeling him lately. Biggie was trying to separate from Diddy. You said, "Call me darling." He need to because so you wait until he go to jail, and then you want to basically say, "Well, I've been sending subliminal for years," and I've seen videos with him and his son. So I don't think it's so crazy to me because it's like, why would Kim still talk to you? Because you're saying you talked to him, that y'all was best friends, okay, up until she passed away. Why would Kim talk to you, but then you got a son going around saying you wasn't there as a father? And then allegedly he got other kids that kind of got the same story. But why would Kim be best friends with you? And I would not be best friends with a deadbeat baby daddy that don't even see his kid. So how does that work? We sit on the phone and we kick it and I tell you all my deepest, darkest secrets. But then when it comes to my kid, I just don't even care that you don't see them at all. Like, how does that even work? So look, what's this? Little gnat. I can't stand gnats. Like, how does that even go? I was just like, how do you say you guys are best friends, but then he wasn't taking care of his son? It's a lot in that dynamic that I think we just will never know about. And honestly, I think the easy route, because Kim can't speak for herself, the easy route is you can make up whatever scenario you want to. My last conversation is she warned me. She warned me to watch my back. Kim can't really verify that. It's all hearsay. Like, what are you talking about? So it seemed like now you feel comfortable because he in jail. You must really just think he ain't getting out. Because now you comfortable to come out with books and all that. If that's the case and you was that worried, why didn't you come out enough to protect Kim before whatever you guys are alleging happened? Because you knew it was gonna happen. If he did something to those kids' mother, that is just diabolical. Like, he on a whole different level of diabolical. And then loving on them kids and doing all that, knowing what you did, and they was close to their mother. I'm not seeing that, but So Urban Max said Diddy is like the OG drug dealer in the hood. That older brother try to keep away from their younger sister. Sadly, some young women won't listen. Thank you so much for the super chat. Tanya said demonic. Courtney said I would have loved to be a professional juror if there was a such. Me too. They won't even call me for jury duty. I'm like, dang. My son has been on call 2-3 times. I'm like, how I don't never get caught at all? Like, you guys don't even give me a chance to get excused. Yeah, people are paying people to hold their spots outside. They are. Okay, let me see if we're back on the record yet. No, look like they still on break. We about to, since I done made it like 4 hours, we about to make this all the way to 5 o'clock to the end. Then I'm gonna have to be back tomorrow because now I have to see this cross-examination. So I'll be back for the cross. I'm gonna use this picture right here. I gotta see who the artist is. Use this picture on my thumbnail. Who is this artist? It's not showing me. Let me see. It's not showing me. I don't see it. Live indirect hip hop, a sketch of pregnant Cassie providing testimony against Diddy. Okay, let me see if it's any more photos we can find. They be having Diddy looking bad in these photos. Oh, they showing her with the tissue. Wait a minute. Let me see. Okay. See, everybody got live updates. Let me see. Let me see. All right. So this is her. More sketches from the court. Cassie. So Jane Rosenberg is the person that sketched this. I just like to give people their props. This is her crying on the stand. Look at Diddy looking the other way. So that's the picture of her crying on the stand. You want to take you some classes? See, I hate, how do you take this stuff off of here? Because then they be trying to make it seem like I'm playing their videos in here. Let me stop sharing this because they got this video on here. Y'all won't catch me up in the game. Talking about we demonetizing you because you had a video on here from somebody else's thing. Y'all, they've been gone for 20 minutes. Like, what are we doing here? They've been on break for a little minute. Okay, they got somebody had the drawing of the male escort. They done blocked his face out. Okay, you guys want to see the male escort? They blocked his face out though. So, drawing of the male escort, Daniel Phillip, who allegedly was intimate with Cassie at the y'all done covered his face like we know who he is. So that's him. So that's why I said somebody had it. It seemed like I saw it. So that's him. That is the ex-worker right there. Well, he was the stripper turned ex-worker. They said you can do what you want to do. No harm, no foul. Okay, they're back in court now. So let's see. Let's go. $4:15. Cassie Ventura is back and the jury is back. The judge said you may continue. So then the government said, when drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? And Cassie said, Sean would tell me. And then the government said, during the session, how would you know to move to the next step? And she said, Sean. So she's basically showing that he orchestrated every step of the way. So even though people are saying, I talked to Cassie, she was the one that did this, she was the one that gave me direction, like the male escort said yesterday. She was the one to do this and that. She told me to urinate on her. She told me this. A lot of stuff was she was repeating what Sean told her to do. So if they ran out of drugs, Diddy would say, you need to call this number and ask for more drugs. So he had everybody else doing stuff around him instead of him doing it himself, or his name being connected to it, is what she's alleging. And she, you know what? She's back on the stand. Cassie's husband got to kiss Cassie after she said they peed in her mouth. Diabolical. I'm sure he knew about it. I'm sorry, I can't say your name, what your name is on here, but you said, I just feel like he's going to get off. The justice system is not going to hold him accountable. They haven't even reopened Kim Porter's case to review if he had anything to do with her passing. Um, You said looking sassy. You talking talking about the escort. You know what, high vibe. Albie Shore is worse than Sean Combs. He's a deadbeat dad. That's it, and that's all. That's from Baby C. Again, I don't know these people. I'm just going off of what I heard on this here internet, and sometimes they can be wrong. So I'm not saying anything with a factual nature. All right, because I don't know. Hmm. Trip and Travel says so only women can be magically controlled by black men. You want to start a topic here, Trip and Travels? No, I think DV can go on both ways. I think that there are manipulation that some women engage in. If you watch Dateline, you see women that have persuaded other men to unalive men in a circle that they want to get rid of their husbands and stuff. So no, by no means are we saying that that cannot happen. However, we need to see for this specific situation, I think we need to see some evidence. So we'll see what happens. Everybody always say the prosecution is doing good until the defense gets up. So let's see what the defense has to say. If they're gonna say that, hey, it was some type of manipulation or control. I know they did say the DV was mutual. They are alleged that they put that in one of the documents. So we pretty much know, or in one of the hearings. So we pretty much know that's going to be part of what they say. But no, I think we're not saying that. And just because we talk about one part does not totally eliminate every plausible explanation. We're only going by the prosecution's theory right now, and then we'll go over the defense. But by no means does that mean that those are the only plausible explanations, what one side says. There's always cause and effect, and there's various. It's just, can this be the reason why? Is what the jury is gonna say. Not they don't have to eliminate every single explanation to come up with their verdict. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, let's see. Okay. So then the government said, what would happen after the escort finished on you? And Cassie said, Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. Let me go back. So we come back in. The government says, when drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? Cassie says, Sean would tell me. So then the government said during the session, how would you know to move to the next step? And then she said, Sean. Then the government said, what would happen after the escort finished on you? And Cassie said Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. What is it? The drugs? So I guess he want to put the drugs on the next one. And then the government said, did you do that? And Cassie said, I did. And then the government said, where? And she said, usually on his nipples. And the government said, did you want to do that? And she said, no. So she's basically saying she ain't want to do nothing out of nothing. Everything she did, she ain't really want to do it. So yeah. Okay, maybe you're right. Okay. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So what would happen after the escort finished on you? So I think you might be right. I was a little, little delayed on that. What? So after he finished on her, so it must have maybe been some testimony that he would assuming that that's what they're talking about. And then you would walk with it on you and go in the room and he would want you to put it on him? That's too graphic for me. I can't. I gotta think too hard. I'm not even I'm thinking way too regular on this live. I'm glad I have you guys. I really do, because I would be lost going over these tweets. So you talking about the hot my poor girl says she think it's the hot candle. I don't know. I might have to look at the transcript. I just haven't heard some of this stuff at my big age. That's all. Cassie's husband is the real winner. He was Diddy's personal trainer, stole his woman, married her, orchestrated getting 30 million from Diddy, and had his wife put him in jail. Checkmate. Not you think this was a whole orchestrated a plan that Mr. Fines orchestrated, not Todd, that Mr. Fines set up. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know if it's the white stuff. I don't know if it's the drugs, because that's what they was talking about before. They talked about wax candles. I don't know what it is on her body. It can be any of the three. I don't know. What you say, Ebony, that everybody's laughing at? Let me see. Or is that what I just said? Mm. You said rich people went to some kinky. Oh my gosh. I almost feel like I am too young for some of this stuff. Man, he definitely would have called me a little prude. He'd been like, girl, get your little, you're just a baby. Get your little prude self out of here. All right. I'm gonna have to try to click back. Let's see. Oh man, I'm gonna jack this up. Hold on, let me refresh this, y'all. Oh, nothing happened yet, so we got about 30 minutes. We've been hanging on in there for 4 hours. Thank you guys so much for rocking with your girl. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in or out. Seaman, just like yesterday testimony, Shaw would want Cassie to come to him after the worker would finish inside her, and he was suck. Ah! Oh Lord, have mercy! He would suck it out. What? Where's my Bible? Oh gosh, I gotta go. Ooh, I need to go wash my eyes or something. I think my eyes need to repent from some of this information you guys are telling me in these comments. Oh gosh. Hey Tony Sands, good to see you. She said when the escort would finish, it's the white stuff. Oh my gosh. What? She couldn't have thought this was normal. Like, this is some old, you at a different level. What? But just imagine, what if there is like a whole lot of people like this? That could be possible too. Thank you, Tanya, for the super chat. I appreciate you, hon. Mm, mm. She need to pray over that baby. All that stuff that baby just heard on that stand. My goodness. We might have to go check on inner city. Like, you all right? This getting a lot for you. Them tweets getting further and further apart. Like, you said it's normal for those who are freaky. I agree. Listen, our norms is not other people's norms. I agree with that. We cannot base people in what we would do and put it on other people. Alrighty. Trying to keep up with it on my phone too, so I don't. What do you guys think about there are members on his jury that are in their 60s. Imagine what they are. Ooh, if they are old school 60s. But they could be the ones that were at Woodstock, right? That was out there being wild in the street. So it just depends. And you know, they have a jury consultant who has probably looked all these people up, been all on their social media. And so maybe they know that they're a bit more liberal. Who knows? Cheryl Hill, thank you so much. You said I couldn't have my daughter in court hearing this. I think they just want to support their dad, you know. But I agree with you. I think it's a bit much. It's a lot much. My stomach is growling. I forgot I didn't even eat nothing. I really came on here like I'm gonna jump on here with a little lunch update because I haven't talked about Diddy. Then you guys were so engaging that I just couldn't stop. I couldn't stop. And so I've been on here all day. All right, let's see. Okay, that was 12 minutes ago. Where you at? Yes, way too much. Hope they learn positive lessons from their fathers. Sasha said most of the Woodstock generation are now very conservative. They changed in the 80s when they became yuppies. And you said Woodstock was in 1969. I would have been 4 years old. But I'm just saying, like you say, like 60-year-olds on there. What's that? If it was like let's just round it up to 70. That's about right? Wouldn't that be around Woodstock? You said the 60 plus congregation has left it. You know, they want to act like them baby boomers wasn't out here booming. It was a reason why it was the baby boomers. Like, come on. They wasn't no innocent people out here not doing anything, just going to church all day. They weren't doing that. That's what they want you to believe. Okay, so it's some more. Okay, the judge still filing stuff to the docket while he in this case. Let me see. All right. So then the government said, "How did you feel?" And then Cassie responded, "I was an object, being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime." So then the government said, "Were some sections recorded on your device?" She said, "Because they were there." The government said, "If you saw them on your device, what did you do?" So basically, she probably was recording some of this stuff too. So they're trying to get into the front of it. Like, she didn't record it because it was some memorable moment that she wanted it, that she wanted. She recorded it because it was the device that was there, and her man, Sean Combs, always wanted to record it. So if she had the only device there, then it would be recorded. So what was wrong with Sean's phone? I'm sure that Puffy had a phone. So something was wrong with his phone that he had to use yours? So a lot of these are pre-rehearsed responses. They came at her with what the other side was going to say, which you do. And then she already knew how she was going to respond to things that looked a little like, I don't know. So she found a way. So part of what they said is she recorded it too. It wasn't just me. She was enjoying it like I was enjoying it. Yeah, that's what she basically saying. Okay, so also on the Diddy docket, I guess, while Judge Submaranian is presiding over the direct examination of Cassie Ventura right now, he docketed an order about motion to quash the subpoena issued by Clayton Howard. So Clayton Howard must have been subpoenaed, and he's trying to avoid coming because he filed a motion to quash. So it says on here on the docket, the court is in receipt of a motion to quash the subpoena issued to Clayton Howard. That motion and Combs' response to the motion will be docketed after the parties meet and confer over potential redactions no later than May 16, 2025. Also on May 16, 2025, Howard should provide the subpoenaed material to the court for an in-camera review. Clayton Howard, let's look this up. Let me go to this docket right quick, because I'm about to see what this motion to quash is. Southern District. They are working on this case. Okay, let's see here. A letter. Let me see. There was a lot of stuff filed on here. Addressed a request for public and press access to the video exhibit. So we heard about that. That was the 12th. Letter in response and opposition by victim was that Sean Combs addressed the judge. Request for public press. Okay. Let me see what this is. They keep talking about victim 4, but this is actually a name that they're putting on here. Hold on. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. I gotta figure this subpoena out. Didn't they mention a Clayton or something in one of these when they were asking about names or something? So then the government said, if you saw them on your device, what would you do? She said, I would delete them. And the government said, why? And Cassie said they were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. So then the government said, were Sean's devices used sometimes? And she said, yes, I asked him to delete them. And the government said, did he? And she said, I don't know. So what was on the laptop that she provided to them? Okay, I'm still trying to find out who this person is. Hold on, I'm trying to multitask. As what docket number was this? Should show the court is in receipt of a motion to quash the subpoena issued by Clayton Howard. Where is that at? Was it filed to the docket? Let me see. Clayton Howard. Oh no. Response and opposition. Couldn't be that. I don't see it. So I don't know if that was filed to the docket or not. Yeah, I feel like we just heard that name. Yeah, I'm like, I feel like I heard that name before. That's what I was looking. But I don't see the actual subpoena filed onto the docket. That's what I was looking for. Thank you so much, Miss HLS, for the super chat. And you said he's the escort. I know we heard that name today. It took your money. Mm-mm. Hold on. I don't see anything on here from you. I ain't never heard of that, KK Scorpio. I don't know what could have happened for that to happen. I'm sorry that happened to you. Let's see. So nothing else after that. They should be about adjourning now. So again, like the transcript probably will have more. This person is in their live tweeting. You can only get so much information. This is not a transcriber, like taking it word for word, verbatim. But I think they did a pretty good idea where we are getting a good gist of it. Get a good gist of what's going on in the courtroom. So I am grateful for that. And I did all that and didn't have to come all the way to New York. So yeah, he's still getting the transcripts. Yeah. He had the one from yesterday, but I think like I kind of knew I wasn't gonna have time to even do the yesterday. So I figured I'd do a quick recap and then come on live like I did today. And that's what people say allegedly. Thank you for The super chats. African American Pope Leo. You guys are so funny. The way folk went back to try to make this Pope as black as they could is nothing short of amazing. They found the mama's mama. They said, this lady is Creole. Only us will let, only we will do that. We will find the origination. Like you might look white as snow, but it all came from the African woman. Thank you so much. You had Jesus, please take the wheel and hide it. Thank you for the super chat. Donna Lees, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. I received the cleansing because I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it after this. IS was so happy that Steele spoke to her this morning. I said she should be. She may be needing him in the future. You know what, KK Scorpio, that's not nice. But listen, I think still they're used to her being around. So, like, when the first day came, she was there. Like, the first day of jury selection, she was there. And she flew back and came back this week, I believe. But there was a little video that she had that was going around of her speaking to Brian Steele and Nicole Westmoreland. She was with Steele initially for the first day. Nicole Westmoreland, I'm speaking of. And she hadn't entered an appearance yet, so we didn't know if she was going to be a part of it. But of course, eventually she did enter an appearance, and she already has the ability to practice in that court. So apparently she's done work there before. So she didn't need to pro hoc in. She's admitted to practice in the Southern District of New York. So yeah. It's sad, but it still don't make the Pope black. Stop doing that. I guess, and y'all still don't believe, that I'm not gonna get into biblical discussions. I just need some of y'all to read your geography. About Joseph being in Egypt, he blended in, so we all know what that means. Jesus had to be hidden in a specific area where it was of dark complected people. How can you be hidden unless you got a little melanin yourself? So the Bible gave people clues. You know what I'm saying? It was just people just didn't read those clues. So when people turn around and they're like, everything, colonization, I'm like, bro, all you gotta do is read the Bible and look at the little maps in the back. Y'all know Egypt, where's Africa? You know where Egypt is, right? I'm just saying. That's all. You said, but Kamala couldn't be black. She was black. She just probably was, because Cochran is different. You get some people that are in politics and they keep their regularity, just who they are. Like, they keep their personalities and they're smart, and they can relate to people who feel like they can relate to them and they're not above them. I think with Kamala, she had a agenda on, like, how she went from position to position, and she was the AG, then she went to Congress and she was trying to be like, she had a agenda, and she knows that the agenda she wanted is usually by a white person. And shoot, Hillary wasn't able to conquer that, and she was a white woman. So I think sometimes you feel like you have to conform instead of making people conform to who you are. So she came across very, very unauthentic. So everything that she did, it was like, black people don't clean no greens like that. Black people don't make mac and cheese like that. Everybody critiqued it because she just came across like she wasn't really relatable, because everything that she did was on this path to get to where she is now. And she felt like in order to take that path, you have to act a certain way. You have to present in a certain way. You can't be down to earth like Pam Esquire, or it's not going to work out for you. That's how some people are. I've just always been myself from day one. My work speaks for itself. My wins speak for itself. My clients speak for itself. And you all. and how you enjoy it speaks for it. But I'm not going to change who I am and how I present myself. Do I get a little bit formalistic when I go to court? Absolutely, because it's I still the profession of it, and I have deference for the court, and I'm a court officer. But as far as just totally changing who I am to be a whole nother race in order to conform, you will never see me do that. Never on no day. So yeah, you said you can see he has some melanin. Mm. Y'all be reaching. You like his grandma, she made jambalaya and gumbo, and he was in the bathtub with his cousins. You guys are hilarious. Okay, we have another tweet here. So let's see what it says. Let's see. Uh yeah, Timbuktu. I don't debate that over here. That ain't even like debatable for me. So I'm not trying to have my mind changed because it won't be. So I'm not gonna act like those type of opinions. I'm just like, oh, that's what's up. No, I don't agree with that. I believe in Jesus. So all right, let me move on here. The government says, did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? Now I feel funny mentioning Jesus and then reading this. I'm sorry, Lord, forgive me. Did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? And Cassie said yes at the Century City Intercontinental. So we going back to that video. I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me. And then the government said, at what point did Sean hit you? And she said between sessions. So she's basically testifying that there was a freak off and they were there, I guess, because she had some type of premiere. So that's why they were there. And in between their sessions, I guess, of the freak offs, it sounds like she's saying he hit her. So that's the video. So Kamala says she cleaned greens in the tub. Man, what see what I'm saying? Hi Bob. This is why she don't be playing with y'all. She like, I'll never be black enough. They were roasting her, watching her. How's she doing where them fans at? That ain't how black people move. She ain't got no rhythm. Then she marries a white person too. Oh, she already knew. She did. You guys were letting her have it. Letting her have it. Tomorrow's Leader Sports Network said, what are my thoughts about the case thus far? I can see what the government is doing and the picture they're painting. But it always looks like the government is winning when the government is the only one that has presented their case. So I think she's obviously anybody would feel sorry. They would may look at her like, this is my daughter. This is, look at her in a lens of my granddaughter if there's older people on the stand. And what if she was 21 and she had to go through all of this? People will empathize with it. I think she comes across as empathetic. But will she come across where when they come up with the stuff that they have to try to prove the consent, will the consent will the theory that she's trying to pose of she didn't want to do it, will it stand? Because what it sounds like is oftentimes she didn't necessarily tell him no. She just felt like the things that were done were so degrading that any decent human being would have known they were degrading. Well, hell, he's not a decent human being apparently, and there are other people who do the same thing. And if he was raised or he was learned that this was okay, this is what Hollywood does, this is the norm in his world, and if you want to be in his world, this is the norm, then why would he know that the things that you're saying he should have known about, that he should have known when this is his world? We don't know again what happened to him. So I don't know. I just heard one side. I don't really have an opinion one way or another at this point. Yes, we did. High vibe. We did. You said the content of this court was too much for my ears. I feel so sorry for his daughter. They are willfully ignorant. Well, that's their dad at the end of the day, and that's not the dad they know. And they know the dad that takes care of them, the dad that nurtures them. That's the dad that they know. He moved to California to be closer to his kids. So it sounds like he's done things in order to be there and be a supportive father. So then the government said, "What happened next?" And Cassie said, "I got to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground." The government said, "Well, who threw you down?" Cassie said, "Sean. He grabbed me by the neck and my hoodie." Then the government said, "Let me show you the video." So now they played the video again. So right now they are playing the video of the hotel that we all saw. Kim went to California to get away. That's from a sister from New Jersey. So Kamala can't be black because she's married to a white man. Wow. Nobody said that. I'm just saying, like, black people are fickle like that. You get the you know who I'm talking about. You get the what is his name? Umar Johnsons. You get those type of people that are just like that pan-African and black is black and blackity black, 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 black. You get some people like that. And some people feel like they don't feel like interracial marriages is that. And some people also feel like it looks better like she is mixed and and look at the twins Tia and Tamara Mori. She cried and said Tamara was saying how people were on her about her marrying a white person. So I'm saying you can see what people's thoughts are. I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I'm just saying how the black community has viewed it. They want black people that they always look at the athletes. Why y'all got to be with a white woman? That conversation comes up when they end up engaged. Oh, she's just using you, like how they did old boy to the point where he shut down his media. He shut down his Twitter, the football player, when they found out he was with the white woman and she made the statements, I guess, that she made. And she said he wasn't really her type and he had to wear on her and all of this stuff. So I'm not saying things like I'm making this up. I'm not making this up. I'm just saying the thought process of some people. That's all. Yeah, her dad is white, but people still were on. She was crying on the show, talk show they had, talking about how people mistreated her because they were mad she was with a white man. And yes, her daddy's white. Her mom is black. That's the thought process of people. You Janine said, "I believe Combs' mother was his abuser, and he's projecting his trauma onto women because he can't fight his mom." I do think he has yeah, I've heard that about Tamara's husband as well. I don't know how true it is, but yeah, I do believe, and I said it earlier that Diddy does have he has some women issues, and I think he just does not respect them. He has a love for, I think he loved Kim, but I think he just doesn't really know how. People love to the capacity that they know how. You sometimes we expect us on other people. And it just doesn't work out like that. And it's not to make excuses, but just to have an explanation. And I do think he needs to go get some help. And he said he got therapy when the video came out. But when he did his apology video, when the hotel footage came out, it was too late because you had already said everything is a lie. People are paying me. And he could have just stayed on social media and not said anything one way or another, knowing you. Well, in his mind, I think he thought that video, he probably forgot about it. That was almost 10 years ago. But I think he thought that that video was destroyed because it was off the server. He didn't know that that security recorded it himself on his own phone. So he didn't know about it. So he probably was saying it with his chest out, like, that never happened. I never dragged her down. And he just blatantly, generally said that her lawsuit was a lie. So then when the video came out, almost like clockwork, to show that the beating she described was actually on videotape, he had to come back looking pitiful. I'm sorry, it was a dark place. I was in therapy. I've been to therapy. I'm still in therapy. But by that time, it was too late because everybody knew that you're willing to lie. So that's what the problem was. What can we believe out of your mouth? So anyway. Okay, so let me go to the next. The next part said, the government said, "What are you doing?" And Cassie said, "Trying to use the hotel phone." So this is, I guess they're describing what she's doing in the hallway on the video. And then it's, "What is Sean doing?" And then she said, "Taking my phone and my bag." So she's describing what is happening in this hotel video that we all saw right now. So yeah. So they broke for the day. Okay. Where was his publicist? He did terrible damage control with the, yeah, he sucked. But that's what we do. His brand is important to his lifestyle. And so when stuff, look at Shannon Sharp. Your brand is very important. So, but anyway. Okay, I didn't even mean to get into the Pope versus Kamala and who's the blackest. Like, that's not what it was. I was just generally saying how black people will find your descendants and say, "Listen, your neighbor was black and they raised you, and basically your mama was working all day." Well, they'll find a connection of which black excellence was a part of it. That's all I was saying. I didn't mean to turn to a big thing. So anyway, his team needs to be held accountable. Well, that's what they're trying to do with this whole, well, not really. I guess they're trying to just do the enterprise thing. And they did an enterprise letter. So now you know who was allegedly a part of the enterprise, but yeah. So I think that's it, y'all. We have, if they're breaking for the day, they're going to come back tomorrow with Cassie back on the stand, and then they'll probably get in a cross-examination as well. But she's probably their longest, I would surmise their longest fact witness. You know what? Of course. Thank you guys so much for rocking with your girl. Thank you, Seahawk, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. So all minds clear. All minds clear. It's 5 o'clock. I'm about to go eat. I done fasted all day and wasn't trying to. See if he say something. Oh yeah, he got judge will break for the day. And then he has his link for the PayPal and stuff. If anybody wants to donate to his platform. Hope you guys enjoyed the content. I definitely and certainly enjoyed you all. But I gotta go. It's been 5 hours almost, and it's been fun, but your girl gotta run. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. My intent is to be back on tomorrow. And because I'm just curious to see how this ends. I can't say that I'm gonna do this every day because I just probably can't. Maybe do some recaps. But this was pretty cool, and hopefully we'll be back to do it again tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for your support, and I'm gonna holler at you next time.